AyoGG, welcome to a brand new episode of the AyoGG podcast in the Queendom Season 2 Special Edition. And today, yes, guys, the day has finally come. We are talking about nothing else than the grand finale of 2022's Queendom 2 finale. And with I, as always, not only mean myself, but also my friend Payne. Welcome to the grand finale.
Hey, and we just passed 10 p.m. So it's late.
It's gonna get really late, I feel like. So, guys, lie back and enjoy this last sprint that we're doing here for Queendom Season 2. And yeah, the finale, maybe one thing we can say in advance, which is really cool, because the finale, we watched a bit different than we did for the rest of the episodes. And with that, I mean that we watched it together with some of you guys, because we did a live stream reaction, whatever you want to call it. And watched it live together with you, and that was hella fun. So, for everyone who was there watching it together with us and commenting and just enjoying this grand finale together with us, thank you so much. And for all you other people who watched it alone, don't worry, we are now here to give you our proper opinions about everything that has happened. Now, let's start into it. What happened in the finale? Well, the beginning was, as always, we got some video stuff, but much more interesting is that we got the contestants standing on stage together. Like basically right after we got this little chess movie scene that we know from episode 1 of Queendom. If you remember, where we have one representative of each group. Kind of introducing the group in this little, like, and once again I have to add, super cool edited, dramatic chess scene, where we now got a few flashback scenes. But right after this, much more interesting, we saw all of the girls on stage together. And why is this so much more interesting for me? Well, because we, for the first time, saw them in their outfits, in their stage outfits that they will be performing today in. And one thing that was really interesting is that one group in particular was standing out quite a bit, I would say. And that was, if you have seen it, no surprise, probably VIVIZ in their insanely colorful dresses, which looked like such a bright and maybe fairy tale-ish concept compared to the others, which had a much more like either sexier or more powerful or girl crushy approach. So they really stood out there with their style, which just made me chuckle a bit because the contrast was just so big from these contestants. And after that, we got the girls sitting down on their special places on the stage. And yes, we jumped right into the first announcement of results that we got from previous episodes, because here was revealed how all of the points together that the girls have won in previous in all the previous rounds together made them place. And here we had Hyolyn on position 1 with 31,810 points, WJSN with 30,800, Brave Girls with 26,077, VIVIZ with 19,793, LOONA with 18,404, and Kpop with 18,063 points. So far, nothing really like surprising or impressive, but that should change really, really soon with the announcement of the comeback single rankings. What are the comeback single rankings? Well, if you remember, 1 week earlier, the contestants all released the song digitally that they would be performing here in this finale. And there they were able to collect points via us streaming the song in the official Spotify playlist. And yeah, well, this turned out to be quite an interesting ranking, because Mnet said themselves, okay, this is the total number of times the songs were listened to on the official playlist. This is exactly what Mnet said these rankings are based on. And prior to this finale, I saw quite a few summaries of points how that should have been should turn out, but in the end it turned out a bit differently. What do I mean? Well, first let me tell you the ranking. On 6th place we have Hyolyn with 8,459 points. On the 5th place we have Brave Girls with 10,045. 4th place Kpop with 14,450. Third place, BBG, 15,419. Second place, WJSN with 19,736. And on the number 1 position, we have LOONA with the full 20,000. Now, what was confusing about this and what made me think that this is just a bit strange is also the reaction of the people in the stream that we made. Because the viewers there also were like, huh? That seems a bit odd, because in all these rankings that we saw there, we had BBG on 2nd place and WJSN on 3rd place. But suddenly it switched, and until today I did not read anything that is kind of explaining this discrepancy here. I don't know where this is suddenly coming from. And I mean, it's not like a little gap. It's like 4,000 points, more than 4,000 points that they are apart, and I just did not see this. Did you maybe hear something?
I didn't really hear something or read something. The only thing is, as I already said, but I wanted to look it up, but maybe I'm doing it through the podcast here, because I still think it might be like I don't know. You knew when I told you about this Korean version of Spotify. I still don't know if the international one and the Korean one are counting together. Like, if we can see what they are like streaming on their accounts or stuff like that, because it still feels a bit like it's really separate. But I'm not sure. I need to look it up.
The problem about this is that these datas were like collected by the fan sites and stuff, and from multiple different fan sites. So and on all these fan sites, at least the ones I saw, the results were all similar, like pretty similar, and that is the way where I'm like, huh? You know, if only maybe like BBG fan site would have posted this, I was like, yeah, okay, maybe there was something maybe a bit biased there, but I didn't see that. So this is what is confusing me. So if you guys know what happened there, what's going on there, what we missed, please kindly let us know in the comments, because until now I haven't seen anything that is explaining this to me.
I mean, that's something, if Mnet was going to rig it, Mnet needed to be prepared for that. Like, I mean, they had to knew that fan sites are going to check it 100% on time, cause K-pop fans are crazy. Like,
yeah, but I mean, this is something Mnet never like cared about. So I don't know.
Yeah,
As I said, I'm not saying that's necessarily rigged.
I'm not as
I
well.
would just like to know, because this is just so different from what I have seen.
Yeah.
So I would just like to know if I just missed something.
So, Mnet, we know you hear that. Just explain, please, in a little video. Short video, 1 minute.
I mean, it can't
Please
be
explain.
that difficult. And I mean, it's just something that adds up to the complaints that fan sites had before already. That the whole system of Mnet here, the whole voting system, is once again super like intransparent, and no one
Yeah.
really gets how these points really come together. And yeah, that's just the way it is. But what is something I guess no one can like argue away is that LOONA plays first here, because Orbit streamed the shit out of this. So,
Yeah.
next up we have the actual performances. It was already time to dive right into it. And last week we saw Brave Girls deciding the order of performances, and there we saw that Hyolyn was the first one to come up. Hyolyn with Waka Boom. Now, what happened prior to this? We learned that Hyolyn actually got the song around 3 years ago already, and now finally chose it as a song she would want to perform here on this on the show. But it is not the exact same song, since she changed the melody and the lyrics of it to make it suit her more, to make it suit the the scale of a finale more. And she also invested much in the lyrics to that point that she had to actually shorten the lyrics a bit, because she went a bit overboard the way it looks, and she got help by a famous lyricist. And in the end, the lyrics tell a shortened version of her past journey, of her career, which is quite interesting. And after we got to hear that, it was time to get a bit loud in this little pre-performance show, because it was time to check out the feature on her performance, and that is no one else than LeeYoongji. And instantly it got really loud. Like, Hyolyn went to LeeYoongji's studio and got welcomed when she was still on the streets by Youngji's loud voice calling for her. But it was quite adorable. It is just how you know LeeYoongji. If you guys don't know her, she's a really fun and free-spirited person, I'd say. And she's an insanely good rapper. So it was cool to see her. And what was also interesting to see is that for her rap part, Youngji added some homages to past Hyolyn solo songs, which was a cute little detail there. And while Youngji was demonstrating Hyolyn how she would want, or how she would perform this rap part, Hyolyn mentioned that Youngji appears a bit too mad while performing this song fiercely, because Hyolyn's main goal for this performance was actually to make it fun and enjoyable. And now my question for you is, of course, did that work? Was it fun and enjoyable?
Well, I mean, the constellation itself says much already, I would say. Like, if someone, or if we already saw in the pre-stuff, if you're joining Youngji, it's going to be fun, because she is really, really open, such an open person. And I don't know, she's
a born performer.
Exactly. So yeah, when the performance started, I was really impressed, and I can say, I guess many people were, because it started with a video, and I guess nobody really was prepared for that. And the video was pretty insanely made, I would say. Like the production of that was super dope. It already gave or bring the vibe into like what the performance will be, and showed us a bit of the concept that's going for the performance, because we already we also didn't do that as well. Like I don't know, it wasn't that spoilering like in the preview. And and then it got revealed it's going to be a kind of Egyptian theme, and that's such a nice idea in my opinion. Like it fits a finale, of course. Like the theme definitely fits a finale, and especially with the drop sound based, I would say it really fits the song as well. Overall, um, I really like the song. Mm, the song is like, I guess one of my favorite of Hyolyn songs. Cause it's kind of a bit that what I really love in K-pop, kind of, cause it's a bit unpredictable. Like it's a bit an unpredictable song. Um, somehow still melodic, and like the pre-chorus, the pre-chorus slays so well. The pre-chorus is amazing. Um, and Hyolyn kinda made it herself, like the song herself once again. But it felt like, I mean, still like she still has or had often these little highs in her notes, but still, I guess I would say she was holding it a bit back, um, this time, and kind
Thankfully.
of reserve it for the finale, like for the finale of the song, so for of the performance. Um, and I really loved it so far. When she just did the second chorus and the post chorus, kind of as a transition, and then she's just saying, "Girls, look, who's just coming out," or something like that. Ah, it was amazing. Like this is such a cool way to introduce Youngji, and then the camera swings to the right, and Youngji is there with an, in my opinion, amazing outfit, like really fitting her style, and really fitting the theme of Queendom as well. And she came in with an amazing power and web skills on another level. Like she really like, I don't know, in her, I still think she is one of the best rapper that K-pop has. Like she literally won with a reason, in my opinion, high school rapper. And I don't know, I really love it when she comes in. It's a blast. Like how fast, how aggressive, and still I can't really understand what she's saying, but I feel like I can understand everything she's saying as a word. Like um she's rapping so clearly. I really love it. Her voice is amazing as well, and she joined from the from like kind of the um where was it? Like if you watch to the stage in front of you, she joined from the right where the other participants were sitting as well, and was kind of going from there to the stage. So we could all as well see the other participants kind of reacting to the appearance of her. Was really cool as well. And yeah, then she joined the stage, and surprisingly, what I haven't really expected, my wish when I just was listening to the song the first time, I was like, okay, the dance break comes after her rap. I was like, okay, I would just wish that they are doing it together, and she is not just leaving after a part, because that is something that happens often with Feature. But in that case, it was different. She actually got it alone. Like, she got the dance break. And I'm super fan of that because she isn't an idol. Like, she has trained, of course, her dancing, but I don't know, like, that's not her prior, and it's not her prior in training as well. Um, but still, I really love it when she dances. It's super cool, and in my opinion, she is pretty good in dancing. Um, and it was super 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 cool when she was doing the dance break. And yeah, still after the dance break, she was going away for a little moment. Um, then Hyolyn got her bridge, which was amazing, with the stage coming up, super cool. Um, and yeah, after the bridge, Yogi joined again, and they were performing together for the finale. Hyolyn was batting out everything, super amazing, and there you could see once again the chemistry between these both, when they are performing, is amazing. Like, the fun that they are bringing in is super amazing, and the aura was amazing as well. Somebody would say. So yeah,
Or
I was
WJSN.
or WJSN. I was super blessed away by this performance, and I love to watch this performance over and over again because I don't know, I really love how filled this performance was, and yeah, was a super 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 strong opener.
So, the cinematography in the beginning was one of the most impressive things, actually, about this performance for me, because this came so out of nowhere since it was the first performance, and we didn't know that this would be happening. And suddenly you see this insanely high quality intro video, which was really cool. It already put you in the right mood that you needed to enjoy this performance. And I mean, this Egyptian, basically pharaoh theme that we have going on here with Hyolyn. I mean, how cool is that? Because, queens and stuff, you always have like this already kind of overused middle age kings and queens stuff, but the Egyptian equivalent, a pharaoh, is something that isn't as often used for this stuff. So this was the first thing where I really enjoyed the nice idea they went with. And another thing I want to praise here is the video playing in the background, because there you have these cascades and explosions of sand and clouds of sand and stuff going up. Why this is so cool, or what I like about it, is that it enhances the epicness of this entire performance. Because in the beginning, as soon as Hyolyn enters the stage, you have in the background dancers under this kind of, I don't know, this kind of silk, whatever they're lying under there, and they're moving around like crazy, and feels like this is kind of symbolizing the sand, in the background, and is starting to shake, and something is happening as soon as Hyolyn is kind of approaching this entire area. The video is going wild in the background, and in the end, Hyolyn is taking her place on the throne, and on the sides, the fire is suddenly starting, and suddenly you have her like sitting in this temple, which was for me super, super impressive. And this is something you can see, especially in the released full cam, where you can see like the entire stage. This is highly impressive for me. When I watched this, I actually liked this performance even more than when we watched it during the live stream, because when you can see all of this, like how filled the stage is with all the dancers and this background video, like in its full glory, this is highly impressive start for this performance. After this, it basically continued like we are used from Hyolyn. It is a really detailed and ridiculously well executed dance performance she is delivering here, with strong vocals. Basically just what you exactly expect from her. But I really have to say, my absolute favorite moment started when Youngji entered the stage. Like the power she brought, that the fresh wind she brought into this entire performance. Like if it would have been for me, I say bring her in sooner. Like, integrate her even more into the song. I mean, I get it. Hyolyn is the main character. Yes, I get it. But I was so blown away by Youngji when she suddenly appeared next to the other contestants and just made this whole thing her show. And when I say she made it her show, I really mean it. Because for me, honestly, personally, the moment Youngji joins the stage, she is the main character for me. For me, she kind of stole Hyolyn the show there, because she was so insanely good at what she was doing. She brought in such a fresh wind, and the fact that she danced this so well. I mean, obviously she is not as good as Hyolyn. This is no surprise, but how well she did it was surprising me so much. But back to kind of the stage and the rest of the maybe story or something like this, however you want to call it. It's really interesting that after Youngji is leaving the stage, you have Hyolyn ascending on this on the stage, and in the back you can see like this starry sky, which suddenly is really changing the atmosphere of everything. You have Hyolyn in this really voice focused segment here. She is going higher and higher and higher, and at the end of it, she is doing the Jinbin Mago. She is just falling backwards. And here again, in the full cam, you can see this so well, how she's suddenly falling down there into the arms of the dancers, which is something that takes really serious balls, because this is pretty damn high. If you crash on the ground there, that hurts as hell. And what is super cool, after this happens, it feels like everything is getting much brighter, and also in the video in the background you can see suddenly we're entering some kind of oasis. You know, we leave this sandy, dusty, fiery, whatever this was where we were prior to this. Suddenly we entered this oasis, and we're getting kind of this feeling back, which I personally loved so much about prior Hyolyn performances. This, kind of this green, happy, summery, almost fiesta-ish feeling, at least based on the backgrounds, not based on the song itself. And here, I really have to add that I enjoyed the finale high note belting of Hyolyn, which is something, if you have watched the podcast, listened to the podcast prior to this episode, you will notice something I often criticize, that she's doing it, in my opinion, unnecessarily often and excessive. But here, I really enjoyed it. It rounded up the song pretty well. And overall, the song, in my opinion, it is a really good one. It is by far my favorite Hyolyn song, solo song ever. I was anxious in the beginning when I heard a bit of the previews, but in the end, when I listened to it from beginning to the end, and the way her voice and the rapping of Youngji is coming together, great song, great performance. I highly enjoyed it, and this was probably the best possible like beginning for the finale, I'd say. Now, after we discussed Hyolyn's performance, it was time for the second contestants to grace us with the big finale, which is WJSN. And WJSN's song Aura is something from the get-go really important, kind of, and meaningful, because the song was composed and the lyrics were written by no one else than AyoGG. We learned that, in case some of you didn't know that before, that AyoGG has actually worked on quite a few WJSN songs before, and now she even also worked on the final song of WJSN. And while we are at it, I once again need to mention that AyoGG has worked on another song this year, together with Loveless Key, a song called The Light, which is a song not a lot of people know, but is insanely beautiful. One of my favorite songs of the year. So if you have not listened to it yet, The Light by AyoGG and Key of Loveless. Check it out, please. Now, after this product placement here from me, we got to see Yeonjong in a, I'd say, quite unusual stage for her, because we saw Yeonjong struggling with a high part in the song that she tried to sing, and later we saw that AyoGG gave that part to Soobin, because this was a part that you can kind of the difficulty you can overcome it with singing a bit in falsetto, which is something which it looks like Soobin is especially good at, and it was really cute to see how she kind of took that place of Yeonjong there with mastering that really difficult part of the song, and how proud and happy she was that she made it. Was really cute. And that was followed by a compilation of AyoGG passionately and really seriously directing the rest of the members through her song, which was also really cool. It was cool to see her dedication for all of this. And I mean, I can kind of understand her there. I mean, this is a really important thing for WJSN, and the fact that it is her song that is getting performed in this grand finale must be so, like, it must be an honor, but it must also be super stressful for her. And to kind of thank AyoGG for what she has done, the members decided to prepare a little dinner party for her. They met on some kind of roof, balcony thing, which is, I don't know if that was Starship, but if it was, I'm really mad at Starship for not giving that space to when they were meeting with Eunha, when they had to get on this ugly ass roof. So I'll just pretend like it wasn't Starship just to feel better. But what's pretty cute about this is that Yeonjong actually brought a bottle of beer so they can all drink for the first time in public. But I don't know about you guys. It was a cute thing, but I was sitting there, and the only thing I could think about was, one bottle for 9 people? Like, am I the only one who is a bit like, could be a... Like, I was like, okay, I would drink that alone, but maybe it's just my life that I have to question here. I don't know. But I was a bit, it was a bigger bottle than usually. Okay, I give you that. But for 9 people, I call bullshit here. Okay? I call bullshit here. But after this, we got to see the girls listening together for the first time to the final version of Aura. And also, after listening to this, they wrote messages for their future selves for the time after Queendom, where they were giving themselves encouraging words. Now, my question is, of course, did these encouraging words actually help them in their performance? What do you say?
So, the song, the performance, everything you already said it. It really led to Edward. Let's go. Something meaningful. The song, 100% like I don't know I just lost the word I wanted to use for that. But let me just start again. Thanks.
That never happened. Rewind time.
Time is a good word because we were starting once again with a video, and then when we watched it live in the stream, we were like, so that's the theme of the finales. Starting with a video that's kind of bringing in a certain story, a certain concept for the performance. And for WJSN, it was the same thing. We had little cutted scenes that were reminding a bit of what they have done in the performances through the Kingdom show. So we saw the like clocks for so as the time example, we saw that again. And I don't know, maybe you are going to more in deep into that. I will let that to you.
I guess now I kind of have to.
And after that, we were starting very dark, and we saw SeolA there standing on the stage with a light on her. And some drones flying around her, like
and especially we could hear the freaking drones. Like they were so loud you could hear them through the microphones.
Exactly, but I'd say that's kind of it still gave something to the vibe. Cause
it wasn't bad. I was just stunned. You hear this.
That's true. That's true. Of course, SeolA is starting with a little intro talk where she's talking about all the orbits and planets. So she's talking about the universe. And just to introduce the song Aura with a sentence that I just 100% don't know now. Like it was something like something with the Queen's enlightened with Aura, something like that. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, that was the kind of connection to their song. And after that intro, we were jumping from the front stage to the main stage, and it started. So the moon, the kind of moon came up, and the dark setting, the black setting, got enlightened by the moon. Visually, wow, like for real, this looked so good. Like everything was like they were in a universe with these little light sprinkles that are supposed to be the stars and stuff. That looked so well. And something I'm super 100% into. Like I'm a huge fan of meaning-driven choreos. I'm really a favorite from for that, and that's something WJSN really took a focus on. So like the moves they did, and in these big constellations, was such amazing with the background dancer. This was so cool. This looked so amazing for real, and I can just rewind it over and over again, and I'm still astonished how amazing this looks. Outstanding. And cause I just saw a shot of that, Hyolyn with pink hair is superior. Okay, we can go on. So,
Yadama!
Yadama! Yeah. And then the song started with the whistle sound, and I'm a fan of that. They are using the whistle sound as a kind of transition for the song as well, and I'm such a fan of that. It's kind of in some terms, of course, a main aspect of the song, because it's a main hook, a main melody, but it's super in the background when they are singing. But as example, when they are going from the first verse into the chorus, and they aren't singing, and the whistling is doing once, the typical melody that's following the whole song. It's so present, and it's just such a good transition for the chorus drop. And then the chorus drop comes in. Yeonjung is Yeonjung's voice, her singing, I love it. She's just with such an energy, with an amazing aura. Is she introducing the chorus, and it's amazing. It's such a super emotional driven song. Like, you have a really, really focused verse, and then belting out in the chorus with Yeonjung's voice is super amazing. And Yeonjung's Subin choruses always hits hard. Such a strong main vocal line that WJSN has there, and they made a super usage out of it. I really loved the Exy's rap as well, because the like kind of the rap was made is such a nice style, in my opinion. Starting with, I don't know, something you can't really call rap. More just talking and following a bit more, like, I don't know. It's more as talking stuff, and then going a bit more into the rap stuff. I really like these kind of transitions, and I think it really fits to the beat as well. No wonder. I mean, she made it herself, like, so she of course knows how to make it. Overall, I'm super amazed by the song, as well as like the performance as well. And when I guess it was when the second chorus was kind of finished. Then there was a shot from Eunha, and I don't know, a few minutes ago, it just accidentally happened that I was stopping there, and I'm just sending you a picture right now. Because that was the best picture, like the best stop since a long time. Oh Jesus, she's amazing. I love her. And there she was kind of trying to do something with her hands. Like, I don't know 100% what the meaning was. She
looks like she saw something devastating.
Yeah, like,
this doesn't look positive.
Yeah, exactly.
The way she's looking there.
And after that, she was kind of doing something with her hands. We can't really see how this turned out because Mnet was cutting away again. But it really looked like, I don't know, she was kind of trying something, and then I don't know, she was looking to the right where Omji and Shimmy were sitting, I guess. And I don't know if she was trying to do something, or if the move WJSN did was kind of reminding her to something or something like that. But I'm 100% sure there's a meaning behind it, a deep meaning, but I can't figure it out. I just saw it and I was like, okay. So I hope Eunha is telling us a story sometime. It was such, I don't know, interesting. Yeah, at the end, the stage kind of changed once again a bit. Like overall, through the whole performance, the background color, oh Jesus, the background video really played with color themes. And that's something you already said us in the beginning. In my opinion, in that performance as well, the video in the background really did an amazing job. Like these color transitions and these color changes. I don't know, like if you don't watch it in the full version, just in the like normal version, you don't really see it at the fullest, like how the picture is changing, but you see over the or through the performance that there are many color themes that are changing, and that's based on the video in the background, and that's such a cool idea. Making it brighter and more purple and pinkish in the chorus. And yeah, like having all these colors like green and blue and purple, and it's super cool to have this variety, because this gives a certain feeling, in my opinion. And yeah, I really love the performance. Overall, I really love the finale, like of the performance with Youngjoon's high note. Once again, she is high noting SE and she's just doing it so good. I'm such a simp for her. Amazing. And yeah, Subin of course was doing it as well. Super amazingly. I really loved the performance when they were sitting on the thing at the end. This picture, wow! I want it as a poster, please. When they are sitting on the stairs there, I need it as a poster. I pay much. So just release it. Thanks.
Now, starting off with the video in the beginning, which in the end says, in the end, the queens enlighten with aura. What was really interesting about this video was that it gave off a quite, I'd say, first pretty bright and happy, but later it turned into a bit darker and almost like horror-ish, I'd say. We had a lot of like dark shots in it. We had time fast forwarding, and we have cut and cut and cut to different scenes with where you really have to pause at the right moments to really see something going on there. For example, there's a shot of multiple girls standing, like I guess in some kind of circle, holding hands, in some kind of forest. So this was quite interesting to see that there is definitely hidden meaning behind all of this. Me personally, I got reminded a lot when I watched this to like the G-Friend storyline. Actually, there were a lot of parallels that I saw. And I mean, not just the clock stuff, but this, like, slowly, like, starting bright and happy in the beginning, and then slowly turning into something darker, something more serious, and something, not easily tangible. It was really interesting, in their performance, like, in the very beginning for me. And then the rest of the performance. When it started, I really liked this play with these little drones there. It was a nice idea overall, but I would say it was not something that completely like hooked me or something like this, because I expected a bit like more that these drones are kind of showing me. In the end, it looked like, okay, they were there because they look cool, and if that's the reason, okay, that's enough basically. But based on how meaningful WJSN's performance have been, how packed with storylines it has been, this was a bit, yeah, okay, you did it for the style. So that's okay, but I tried to find something and didn't, and that made me a bit sad. But which is, of course, nothing that is like dragging down the overall performance, because the overall performance itself was really cool. It was impressive. The way you already mentioned it, kind of the lighting, not just of the video in the background, but how everything worked together. Also the fog that they created on the stage, which was really interesting. A lot of times when you watch it in the like full cam, kind of. It does not really enter the middle. It only is like playing around on the sides, which is kind of putting some kind of border into all of this, like a border they don't cross in a way, which was just interesting to look at. And what I really liked about the background video there, this this universe theme is something you can always get me with. I'm a sucker for this stuff. But also what was going on there, because we saw some kind of build errors. There we are again. If you want free German tutoring, just listen to this podcast. Video errors in the background, which made it all seem like some kind of, I don't know, some kind of matrix or something like this, which is interesting. Because, I mean, it has to mean something. Maybe it's some kind of reality collapsing there. Because of the way they have played with time or something like this. Then we had these, like, polar lights in the background that went through the universe. Super beautiful, and in the front, with the girls performing there, while in the back, suddenly the video is changing, and you have these like two gigantic, I guess, meteors or whatever these are, coming closer, and suddenly, boom, collapse, crash into each other, which leads to an explosion and multiple lights flying through the universe, maybe symbolizing the WJSN members or something like this. Could be. It was just something that I really loved watching, because it just adds to the like mysteriousness of the entire performance. And this is exactly what I mean when I say, like, these videos can really enhance a performance. Most of the time they don't. Most of the time they're just like annoying and distract you from the main event, which is the artist. But at times like this here, and this is the reason why I'm talking so much about it, it really is part of the performance, and it is like elevating the entire performance to a better and even grander level. even though I was a bit sad that after that happened, the video like looped over and over and over again. The same happened over and over and over again. So I guess this is kind of where the story stops. But I was satisfied with all the beautiful colors that I've seen there. And yeah, overall, the performance of WJSN has been quite magical, I'd say, but my absolute highlight is definitely, as always, basically, for WJSN performances, the ending, when they're all coming together. Here we have them on these kind of stairs like this, and yeah, sing together in harmony. And I don't know why, but this is just something WJSN does exceptionally well, in my opinion. That every time when they're doing this, these songs get a certain drama, a certain emotion that has not been there before. Just like getting added to the end, just like adding extra punch, emotional punch for the end. And this is something that I have only seen to that extent, to that quality, made by WJSN. So my absolute matters respect for this. Even though I have to say that the song itself, even though I like it, when I first listened to the preview of Aura, I thought, okay, this will be a song that will completely blow me away. In the end, it didn't become the song. I like it, but it is missing certain highlights for me that kind of carry me through the song. Certain highlights that are like anchor points for me, which I can always look forward to. I mean, yes, this ending part is great, but if I compare it to other songs from the finale, this is just one that stays on its level the whole time, which is a high level. That definitely, but based from what I personally expected, it was not able to fully like meet this level of expectations that I had.
No problem, guys. I see this amazing everything from the performance, and it hooked me totally.
Kissing asses here, left and right. I mean, if you're really listening to this podcast, I guess you didn't start with episode 10 now, did you? Then you will be used to it by now.
Exactly. It's just about I suppose. But maybe this happens in some other constellation like today. Who knows? We have few performances left, right?
There are some performances left. Yeah, we still have a bit to go. Oh god, I don't we want to think about how much we still have to cover here. Okay, jumping to the next one, which was Kepler. Kepler with their song The Girls. How did it start? We saw Kepler sitting together and kind of discussing their own personal growth through, basically fueled through comments from their fans. Because, as we know, Kepler, they didn't have it easy in this competition. They had to go through a lot of low rankings, which are, by the way, still, in my opinion, completely undeserved. They deserve much more. But it is the way it is. And this is something that really bothered each and every one of them. But they read through some supporting comments of the fans to kind of get their self-esteem back up and to get more, kind of power. And that power they instantly used to make a beautiful Spotify product placement. Because we saw them sitting there and they were supposed to pretend like they're now choosing a song or a style that they want to perform for the finale of Queendom. And let's face it, I don't believe for a second that they decided that. It was probably decided already at that point. but Mnet needed some Spotify placement, so Kepler was there to go through some songs, completely unrelated to the competition, by the way. But yeah, after that, it got interesting again because the product placement was over, and we saw Chaehyun going into a little store where we learned that it looked like she was the main photographer of the of Team Kepler, because she has printed out pictures she has made to later decorate their practice room a bit with like pictures from the Queendom time. And some pictures she obviously did not take herself because she was in those pictures performing on stage, so kind of faked at that point, but that's okay. There was something much more like distracting, at least for me, because there were freaking Christmas trees in this practice room, and until now I did not fully understand what was going on there. But they were cute, they were small, they were white, decorated with pictures, so it looked cool. But also, like, the viewers of our live stream were also a bit confused of what we saw there in this moment. But still, it looked really cool. And then the members entered and, of course, pretended like they didn't know what was going on. They went in there, saw these pictures hanging up, and of course, they used all of this to kind of give us a flashback to what has happened, to show us clips of past performances of Kepler on the show, and also, of course, once again, to let them talk about their time. That continued when we saw that Che, on top of that, also wrote a letter to her members where she was kind of comforting them and praising them for sticking together, for working so hard despite the tough times. And now my question for you, of course, is, did these tough times continue in their final performance?
Can't be. Okay, so I just by the way, nobody just realized it, but I don't know what my Discord did, but my Discord was just in the middle of your talking, was just reloading, and for a moment, like, it was loading so long, and I was like, "Oh Jesus!"
Your Discord is acting up quite a lot, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what just happened. I just saw this little Discord logo, and it was spinning, and I was like, "Bro, if you're spinning one more round, I swear." But yeah, it was.
That wouldn't have happened if Emmett would have done Discord product placement. But no, it had to be Spotify.
Exactly. But yeah, now I'm here. And we are starting surprisingly with a video. And that's a video of basically like scenes of Kepler doing performances, like, right?
Yeah,
I guess.
we see kind of a sun in the beginning, and then it kind of turns or merges, or we have two suns colliding, probably, kind of.
Yeah.
And then we see these past video snippets of Kepler performing.
Exactly. And then, of course, we have the sentence, the next sentence, I don't know, I have the feeling like this can't be a coincidence, so I guess Mnet was kind of leading a little, I don't know, performance construction plan or something like that. Where
or they started with one, and then they were like, shit, now we have to do it for the rest too. Here, intern, can think of some meaningful sentences. Okay.
Exactly. And yeah, the sentence is, "We will keep on running towards the unknown." And of course, it really fits to Kepler's kind of rookie.
But it continues.
Existing.
It continues after that.
It continues after that.
break this moment and move on to the next level.
Damn.
Oh,
That's meaningful. Once again.
Probably.
And then we have some more scenes of, I guess, a Queendom snippet was there for as well. And then we see Cheon and from Girls Planet. I don't know if this was a shot of Girls Planet or if she was just wearing this thing.
No, this was from their intro performance.
From the intro. Oh, you are so more genius than I am. Jesus.
That's what I'm
Good
here
we
for, you know.
Good we have that you. And then it's transitioned to her standing
The
in
hater and
was standing in the front for starting the performance. And something I don't know, kind of have I have the feeling over and over again if I watch this performance, we have to transition to her. She's just saying the girls, everything like is so on the drum pattern, everyone is like spreading out, and then we have this little and we have this that kind of Spotify thing like in the video, and it really feels like literally, maybe I'm on my own, but this feels like a moment where immediately have to come an ad or something like that, like a commercial break. 100%. I swear. Like she's saying the girls, then and then it's just going black and commercial comes in. Every time again, I get the feeling.
I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised if Mnet would kind of build songs like that. To have like the best opportunities to smash into some advertisement in between.
And after that, immediately the song starts, and I don't know, this felt, the first time I was watching it, I was like, oh damn, there's coming the commercial, but it wasn't. The performance started, and the performance started with a move we 100% have to talk about, because Chao Ting is doing some of her moves. I don't know, I guess she has a collection of a huge list there of moves she can do, like that has to do with spinning or like backflipping or all these kind of athletic moves. I guess she has a huge list there, and she's kind of just going to everything on that list or something. It feels like that, because in nearly every performance, I feel like she is having one of these moments.
I mean, if you're not giving her like any lines and stuff, then at least you can give her prominent like choreo moves. I mean, this move kind of reminded me of the other back flip spin that she did. You know, when they were dancing on those bars, she did a kind of a similar move there. And it was cool to see, like, shouting, kind of flexing with her dancing abilities. And it looks like every time when there is, I agree with you, a move like this, they're like, hey, shouting, sorry, can you do that? And shouting's like, can I do it? Of course I can do it.
Just tell me to do it. And yeah, then Omji's face was like this. We remember.
Yeah, that was my face too, by the way. Like, whoa.
Whoa. Yeah, and I don't know, it was an amazing start. And then Hikaru comes in with Can't Turn Me Down, and it's a super, super strong start, and pretty like, of course, Warada was definitely different, because it has like, it showed two sides. This time they really focused on the more crushy side, but that really fits to Kepler, I would say. There's such a nice style, which I hope for that they will go on for that. As well, like the second reason for me to say that they should go on with that is something immediately was going around through social media after that performance, and no surprise, it's Youngun.
I mean,
She
Youngun went through my head the whole time after this performance. I was like, holy shit.
So I don't know which stylist was there and was like, imagine
was that?
imagine that style for her. But wow, this is.
I want to kiss this person.
I don't know how often I have read in a social media, especially Twitter, like Youngun is how do you say this again? This word.
What exactly do you?
This term for killing a bias?
A bias wrecker.
Bias wrecker. Thanks. That was a term that was going around through social media.
I agree.
In terms of Youngun, and yeah,
she was the freaking protagonist of this.
She really looked amazing, and with her facial expression as well, she really slayed it. She was the main character. That's totally her style, and of course, we kind of saw that already in Girls Planet that she really loves this more crushy, darker style. That she really loves this to do a boy songs cover as well, and she really loves the style. She's really killing it, and amazing. We have to give her props for that. Overall, all of them were amazing, of course. I really have to point out Xiaoting as well, because I really think Xiaoting's voice is really coming through this song. I really likes when I mean, it's not often, but when she sang the part in the first verse, especially, I really loved it. Overall,
no lie detected.
No
lie detected.
And they really had some pretty nice gimmicks. Like they used props with like the shares, which I really liked. And I really have to say once again, the drop is so strong, and in the performance even more. Like when when I was listening to the song, and I listened to the drop, I was like, okay, damn, that kind of sounds interesting. I was kind of like, I don't know if I can, if I really like it, because it was, I don't know, was pretty, a drop I'm not 100% used to, but overall, I got, while I was listening to it just once, especially at the end, I was like, okay, yeah, I see the point of the chorus. And in the performance, once again, it has a super strong impact on you, in my opinion. Overall, they played really with the stage, like with the front stage, and they were really changing it up. Like in the second verse, when Hikaru and Taeyeon were doing the kind of rap do stuff, which I really love. I really love when they are doing it. These both together, amazing. I hope we get more of this. For the comeback. Cause I like the synergy between them. And something that was coming up after that. We had the stairs again, and I'm not 100% sure. I guess it really looks a bit different, but somehow it looks the same. These stairs, like, I don't know. Is it something? Was it the same from WJSN? And I guess
no, the one of WJSN weren't that broad and high,
broad.
I think.
Yeah, but color-wise and how the steps are somehow, I don't know.
I mean,
it
I
looks
guess
really
it's. I
similar.
mean, I guess it's basically the same stairs, but here they added more elements. I guess. I
More
guess it's
elements,
kind of
right?
like this.
Yeah. So interesting thing there. That many of them did something with that. I don't know if Mnet was like, hey, use this as props, everyone, so we can kinda I don't know.
Yeah, we don't want to build it for just one performance. Can you please also include it?
Exactly. And yeah, color-wise, it really changes a bit as well. I guess overall, that's a thing that have many performances. That the color themes are changing over the performances over and over again. But I really love it because this gives a certain dynamic, in my opinion. The dance break, sound-wise, okay. And I guess if I'm right, I haven't listened really to it on Spotify, but a few times on
Shame.
YouTube. On YouTube, and on YouTube we had the dance break in the song. I don't know how it is on Spotify.
I honestly didn't listen much to the YouTube version.
But you know the
no.
dance break.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't quite remember the sound of it, honestly. But, yeah.
Not the best sound in my opinion, but it's a typical dance break sound. So for performance, I really like it. If this would be in a song, I'm not sure. Like overall, like having dance breaks in this in a song is an, I don't know, risky thing. But yeah, I loved how they were kind of doing the dance break on the three things on the stage that were going up, that were lifting up. I don't know. I really loved it, and yeah, of course, Hikaru, Taeyeon, and Xiaoting were doing this to show once again how amazing they can dance.
The holy
Um,
trinity of dance.
exactly. And then after the dance break, we go into the bridge, and the bridge sounds so heavenly, and I really, really love it. And I really have to point out their Eugene, because I really love Eugene's voice there. I think Eugene's voice is really perfectly made for these kinds of parts in a song. These like heavenly and uprising parts. I really, really love it there. And they even reduced once again the chairs there. A cool entrance when they were going over the stairs. Chairs. Jesus, what the hell is happening today? Again, and how they played it out. I really, really loved it, and of course it's building up, and the finale of the song is still. I guess this is the best finale of all performances. I have to say, of course, I'm a little sucker for high notes. Yes, but this high note of the song is another level. Like how they implemented this high note in the song. Like the chorus isn't really melodic, so giving it a melodic style through the high note, through a super long extended high note that's going up, and I guess varying at the end. I'm super loving it, and it really fits to the chorus in my opinion. Like it's all the time in the chorus, but it really sounds like completion. It's super amazing, and I know this is something, I don't know, like I feel like I really haven't heard this often when like a high note used like that, and I'm super astonished by that, how it was. Super amazing. And yeah, I really liked the finale overall when with the fire and stuff. It was super amazing. everyone like is getting a shot again, and yeah, I really loved the performance. It was super strong, and Kepler showed that they are rookies, but holy shit, they are damn skilled rookies.
I mean, the fire was kind of the opening and closing tag because we had it in the beginning too.
Yep.
Like right at the start, the stage suddenly started to go up in flames, and then you see Jonghyun in this wet hair style there. When I saw her standing next to Che while we were watching this this live, I was like instantly Jonghyun. Like, I was completely caught off guard by that style. And then, of course, this dance move of shouting in the background there. This was just a beginning which made you kind of, which left you in awe. But as it is with Kepler performances, you don't get to you don't get to break. You don't get to breathe in between. It continues and continues and continues. And you said before that the song sounds different from Wada. That is true, but there is quite a similar feel to both songs. Like, both songs have a certain way of playing around with the sound, with drops and everything, which always makes me really anxious. Because it is something that can really go down south for me pretty damn fast. And somehow, until now, for both Wadada and the girls, Kepler has kind of managed to not just make me like not get annoyed by the drop, but to actually really fall in love with it, to actually looking forward to it, which is an impressive thing. For me, I mean, you don't know how how often I check out new K-pop release. I'm like, it was good until that freaking point. Then you lost me completely. And Kepler has really until now managed to skillfully dance around that problem and just to kick these drops right into my throat and make me absolutely love it. And yes, the rap duo of Hikaru and Dion is something that we definitely need to continue using. But as Hikaru also said herself in Queendom, her raps are too short, so make them longer. She deserves it, okay? Everyone loves seeing Hikaru rap, so give the people what they want. And Hikaru. And as the performance continues, since I don't want to repeat stuff that you have already mentioned, all I want to say here is that the styling, which is something that wasn't mentioned that much yet, looks really cool. I mean, it is pretty. It is nothing drastically new. For this kind of sound, for this kind of performance. But, I mean, this is not something that you necessarily need. It's just something that suits the overall vibe, the overall atmosphere. And here again, something that the performances all kind of have in common, that the background video here, once again, is kind of always catching the mood of the song at the moment, is kind of enhancing its impact. Here with Kepler, we have, of course, most of the time a pretty like aggressive and kind of like destructive video playing in the background, which is kind of like emphasizing these hard-hitting parts of the entire song and performance. And as you already said, they are rookies, but it really is impressive how well they not only are able to like keep up in terms of stage presence compared to their seniors, but how they, in my opinion, actually like overshadow them when it comes to this. Like Kepler, I don't know how exactly they pull that off, but they have a stage presence which is almost scary. Especially, thinking about how short it has been since they actually started being idols in a way. Of course, we have girls among them who have already much more experience in that field, but how they work as a unit and how they all, even without dancers, like if you don't just watch or look at Queendom stages, but overall stages of Kepler, when it's only them, how they are always able to fill a stage, to make sure that your eyes never dare to drift away from what they are doing, is highly impressive and is something that needs to be said much more about this group, especially after all the shit they have been through during the show, as Mnet, at least it looks like, try to prove that they're not Mnet's daughters. But yeah, overall, it's an absolutely amazing performance, and it's a performance, not just the performance itself, but one where I can say that I absolutely adore the song, like, which is something I can't say about all of the final performances. There are performances, basically I like all of the performances, but the girls was already something that, even without seeing them perform, when the song was released and I listened to it, I was instantly hooked by it. And this is something I'm really want to praise Kepler for, that they can pull out, that they can pull off these kinds of concepts with, it looks like, such ease, and even convince an old little drop hater like me to actually love it. So absolutely amazing. Kepler, outstanding performance they've done here. Next up is a performance that we're going to skip for now. We're going to talk about that later on. Really,
Why?
next up is, because it's outstandingly amazing and it will take a shitload of time. So, spoiler. Next up, we are talking about LOONA. LOONA and their performance of the song Pose. And the pre-performance video snippet started basically as you would expect they would start, because we, of course, saw them sitting together and being highly disappointed about the downvotes they have got in the last round for their performance of Butterfly, which is understandable. Honestly, but you could see that they were really not happy about all of the, in a way, criticism they got for their most beloved song. And after this, they jumped to talking about the song they would be performing next, which is here, in that case, Pose. And they instantly said, before we really got to know anything about the song, that they are taking a lot of pride in the fact that this song will be really different from the songs the others are going to perform at the show. And I guess this is something you can already spoil in advance. Yes, that is true. It really is quite different. It really sounds quite different than the songs of the others. But of course, the song itself does not fill this entire performance. No, there's also choreography that needs to be learned. And as always, we got into the LOONA dance bootcamp with leader Yves and Heejin, and practicing the to be in sync to the absolute max until 4 to 5 in the morning. And let's say interesting little segment that then happened, because suddenly all of the members were like, oh, I would like to see the sunrise now. Which is, I mean, I can completely understand it. After you have practiced 9 hours in a dark studio, that what you want to do then is going out, climb a mountain, and look at a freaking sunrise. This once again actually felt a bit like some kind of paid promotion stuff, like this place where they went there, this kind of overlook. There was something Mnet had or needed a group to go to, and LOONA was like, Luna, moon, sunrise, yeah, close enough, let's go. That was just a bit out of the blue for me, like, because if I think about training that many hours, my first thought after it wouldn't be to climb a mountain and look at the freaking sunrise. But maybe I'm just not enough idle, which I clearly am not. But maybe you guys can tell me there a bit more about your feelings. Maybe you are different there. But yeah, they went there, checked out the sunrise. Or did they? Because no, they actually didn't, because when they were up there, you couldn't see shit. There were clouds and everything, so they had no clue when the sunrise was actually happening, if it has already happened, or that was a bit unsatisfying for all of them. But of course, they tried to make the best out of it. They tried to, or started to, give out some wishes, of course, for the success of their performance, for a successful ending of Queendom. And my question for you is, of course, now, was that ending a successful one?
So, where do I start? Just let's start with the beginning. So with the
makes sense.
So with the beginning, where we have a bit. Oh wait, no, we don't. Basically, we don't have a video.
What?
For LOONA, we have many paparazzis standing there, saying there. We have a little.
Say it. We have the twinkle.
We have the twinkle. Yeah. Super cool. Like immediately you get these vibes, in my opinion. But yeah. And yeah, after that, Olivia is joining the stage. She is starting the song, and that's something I or everyone could expect, because LOONA's pose is a very hip hop orientated song. The verses are really kind of influenced by the kind of rap by hip hop, and I really love how jumpy the verses are, like especially for groups where you can do this. It's super cool when you have different kind of vocals and the voice color and stuff like that, different kind of cause I don't know, rap is something that's really like that every person kind of can get their own kind of rapping. So the way a person is rapping, and we have here for that song some really different approaches to raps, and I really love it how all, in my opinion, like all of them are killing this. The first verse is it's super fast, like it's not getting boring because you are jumping from one part to the next one. The style's amazing, like Kimlet's pink hair and the even more pink hair from Eve. Amazing. Overall, the outfits, the really hip-hopish outfits, so cool, like super amazing. And after we get the typical after the verse we get the typical K-pop-ish pre-chorus that's really vocal driven, and it's leading up to a drop, and of course 100% it's a really different Jesus. It's getting so late and I just realized it why I'm speaking. And it's getting into the drop, and what I really love for the drop, and that was something I really loved when I listened to the first time to it, is this lights, camera, action pose. That's super cool. That's super, I don't know, engaging, and is kind of making my expectations super high for the drop. Then the drop comes, and I have to say, I'm not the biggest fan of it, because I personally think this could have been better. Like I think, in my opinion, there could have been a better drop, because you have this, like I said, this raw lights, camera, action pose part, and after that, a more engaging drop would have been 100% better. But we get a little, really laid down kind of from based on an instrumental drop, and a more shouting drop. It's okay. It's like I kind of like it. I feel the vibe, but I still think this could have been better, in my opinion. But that's maybe just me. Um, Feel free to tell me, or to tell us in the comments, what do you like, how this is for you, because that's a thing I really ask myself, if I'm super different there. Still, after the chorus, the second verse starts, and I need to say it, when Olivia comes in there. Oh Jesus, I'm super hard simping for her in that style. This is so amazing. Like, it's so made for her, and this is so strong. And of course, Heath strong as well. Still, Olivia is still like my number one for that, but Eve coming a second is amazingly. I mean, seeing like her belly with she has trained insanely for that one, definitely. But overall her style is super amazing. Doing once again the move, once again the one with the really like pinkish reddish hair is doing the move. I guess there's a WhatsApp group with all of this hair color, and kind of writing, okay, let's all with this hair do the move or something like that. It has to be. That's it can't be coincidence. I'm 100% sure.
You mean the half shouting move?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's for the performance. It's the most like the most different move out of all. Of course, everything
most acrobatic.
Else, the most acrobatic move, because everything else is very hip hopish, breakdancing, jumping around like style, which I really love. Like, what I love for LOONA as well, like, once again, they showed us in this performance as well. Cause they are so many, they really have all the times different spots. Like, for them, the camera change is such a part of every of their performances, and that's something they hadn't really for Butterfly. I guess in Butterfly it was really different. There was united for the most time. But yeah, for that performance, once again, they really had many performances planned on different places on the stages, and we're moving around to the next one. I don't know, feels super planned through, in my opinion. And yeah, overall, I really love the song. I really got into the drop. I can say that, yeah. Like I to the point, I can say I really like the song. But sadly, the chorus is not a highlight. For me, it's like going into the verses, especially after the chorus, when you jump into the verse. I'm so pumped. This is so amazing. I don't know. I just want to stay up and jump around as well. Like it's super amazing. And yeah, I guess at the end they I don't know if it was at the end or no, it was not at the end. But there was some time where Heejin was there with a cap and looked amazing. I have to point it out because caps are amazing on girls.
Wasn't it wearing during the dance break? Were they all wearing caps?
All of them were wearing caps. This could actually be. I don't really have.
Yeah. There was in the dance break there were like multiple, like 7 of them, I think, or something like this, were wearing caps.
Okay. I'm 100% sure he just threw the cap away. I don't know. I don't know if I just imagined that, but I have it somehow in my head that's why I was reminding Heejin with a cap.
Yeah, here, update. After the dance break, the camera, we kind of see the front stage, like not the main stage behind, but the front stage, and there we see Heejin with the cap, and there she is throwing it towards the camera.
Damn. That was exactly the picture I had still in my mind. Okay, so yeah, that was kind of reminding me. So it had an impact on me, I guess. I can say that. But yeah, and then yeah, overall I really loved the song. The dance track was pretty okay. And the end with this more instrumental drop is something yeah, as I said, I think there could have been a better thing. It's still okay. I can listen to it. But mostly if someone asks me, do you listen to the like? Would you make? Well, would you put? Now I found the right word. Put the song into a playlist on Spotify. Yes, I would. If someone asked me, like so why what is there a point why you would it's definitely verses. Like the verses are amazing. Okay, and I really love the performance.
So this performance, like the best thing about the performance is basically the best thing about all of the LOONA performances. It is the extremely well and sharp and detailed execution of each and every dance move. Right, this is LOONA's absolute strongest points. Their pure and raw dance skills, which are always like the absolute highlight for me. But a little disclaimer here, directly. If you can't handle the criticism, I say jump to the next.
Okay,
to the next song we're talking about, because it's going to start in 3, 2, 1. First problem I have is the song. I just don't get into it. I try to listen to it now multiple times without the performance, just the song itself. I tried to see if it can kind of win me over, but it is kind of doing the reverse thing from what other songs usually do with me. It is like the more I listen to it, the more I'm like, nah, don't need to listen to it again. Main reason for that is the drop. Be completely honest. Yes, the verses are good, and I really enjoy listening to them. But good verses don't rescue for me a drop, especially in the chorus, that I simply can't really listen to, don't like to listen to. So this is something that is spoiling for me just the entire song. And unfortunately, this kind of happened here. The performance itself, it's good. But this is kind of it. I watched it, rewatched it over and over and over again. But somehow, it's not the spark, it's not working. It's not jumping on me, the spark. I respect each and every member for the effort and the pure skill they execute all of these dance moves with. But even though I watched it quite a few times now, as soon as I turn it off, I'm like, I can't really remember it. In any way. There is nothing that is really sticking with me. The choreo itself is good, but not more. Especially when I think about LOONA and the choreographies, I kind of I expected more from the choreo itself, not the execution, but the choreo. And even parts like the dance break were once again really good executed, but they don't stick with me. What really stuck with me was at the very end when they're all sitting on this on these stairs, and the song is over, and then they're all doing these fun little poses into the camera. This is actually a picture that kind of burned itself into my brain, and because that was just something I really like to look at after the performance, to see them sitting there smiling together, being proud of what they have done. I really like that, but unfortunately the rest of the performance, it didn't, the part between the dress paparazzi flash camera flash storm that we had there, and the ending is kind of blurry for me. And this is simply not a good sign for me for a performance. So in the end, I have to say, it really wasn't my thing. Neither the song nor the performance itself. Next up are Brave Girls. And for Brave Girls, we got a bit of a quite interesting behind the scenes, because of course we know the story of Brave Girls on Queendom, with their really low rankings and being closely to getting completely eliminated from the entire show. And now it looks like all of it was planned. Why does it look like this? Well, the CEO actually told them before the first round even started, he told them that it is better to come last in the first round because that creates a better story. So he basically wanted to do Mnet's job and said, you know what, it's okay. If you don't perform well, we will just nail it at a later point and have kind of the underdog, the underdog storyline. And it looks like Mnet followed exactly that script that was made there, because this is actually what we got here. I mean, we got them being on the brink of elimination, and then in the last round they won everything you can basically win, and are now on, the way it looks, on the path to absolute glory. But before we come into this, we got once again a lot of flashbacks, because of course when Mnet is mentioning something like this, we also have to see the hard and difficult times in the show. So we basically saw them again getting low rankings and stuff like this. But the more interesting thing is how they later talked about the progression basically within their performances, because for Red Sun they had kind of like this moving from winter to spring, and what comes after spring? Exactly. It is now time for summer, and they really want to deliver on that. And Mnet kind of wanted to heat us up for this performance. How did they do it? No surprise there. Product placement, guys. This episode was filled with freaking product placement. How did it look like here? Well, they got the Queen's service. Since they won, and the Queen's service, as you know, is always some kind of treat for the winners of the past rounds. And the Queen's service for this week was, yeah, they got a brand new car, hashtag product placement, and with that, they drove to the beach. And not any beach, but the beach where they shot the music video for Chi Mat Badam. And of course, when you're at a past MV location, what you have to do is to react the clips from the music video, which led to some really cute and adorable scenes, and also to a little quote, and that was, "We want to make the other teams rise to the feet during their performance." And now my question is, did they really manage to do that?
Well, first,
or are you still too shocked about my LOONA review?
I mean, the whole time you were talking right now, I was like still try to work with my thoughts about how you just bashed LOONA. It was still hard, but I kinda could compare it now in my brain.
Bashed.
But no.
Criticism is not bashing. I want to make that perfectly clear here.
Okay. I guess we take that for now. First, I still think it's not coincidence that it basically just landed to make summer in the finale. It was all planned. It's a story that was planned all the time, so that that Brave Girls can bring the summer into the finale, because that's something they are just made for. When I listened to Whistle the first time, I was like, oh damn, this sounds super, super fitting for Brave Girls, and I still think the song is super, super amazing. Like, the whistle hook, once again, the whistling in these finales, in this finale, in these finale performances, amazing. I just love it. And I really, really can say I love the song. Overall, I can say, like, for me, it's all of these songs are at least an 8 from 10 for me. Like, I literally want to make all of them into the playlist and listen to them, cause I don't know, I just click with every one of the songs. It's amazing. For me, it was an amazing final release. Starting with the performance, we have to go with the and no, once again, Brave Girls had no video, but I think it's like everyone had kind of a card given by Mnet for doing a video for a performance, and Brave Girls was just using this for the previous performance for Red Sun, so they had no card yet for the finale. And if we go for LOONA don't need it. That's very clear, I guess. LOONA was like, we don't need this card, so they haven't used it. 100% confirmed. You heard it here the first time. Starting with the performance, we see the set, and I have to say, when I first saw the first clip of like the performance, I really got kind of a bit of the feeling like When Hyolyn is preparing for performances, like the thoughts about the performances and the prop using and stuff like that, and giving it a huge setting. I guess Brave Girls really took a huge focus on that for the first time, basically. For that performance, and they built up a very cool summer and beach theme. I really love that theme because that's 100% fitting for them. We are starting as well, like with I don't know if this like Myung staying there on the higher stage. It's a cool start, especially for the song, because the song really starts a bit like vocal heavy mysterious, but it's going from like a summer night into the sunlight of the summer. Super cool idea of that. um and Overall, that was super cool. I really love the stylings with this kind of beach outfit style. Super cool in my opinion. um Looked very nice, and it was a bit, I don't know, it felt with the whole setting a bit Caribbean style, a bit at least. um and I'm still like, if I just think about the song and about this performance, I'm really like, or immediately the chorus is just jumping into my head. This is such a so super catchy chorus. It's amazing how catchy this chorus is, in my opinion. And the performance, fits to that as well. I'm still a bit conflicted with the move they are doing. Somehow, I think it's really cool and really entertaining. On the other side, I'm as well like, okay, that's kind of weird, but somehow I don't know. Um, it's uh, it's amazing to see them have fun, especially like um Yeonjung with her smile. That's it's I don't know. It's such giving good feelings there. Um, yeah. I don't know, like really song wise, it really got me. I think performance wise, it was, in my opinion, the best Brave Girls performance, with a huge step up. But overall, I felt like there was still a bit, like, not stage wise. Stage wise, it was super good. Um, I still think the other stages had maybe a bit more highlights overall. Um, at least it felt a bit like that. But it's such a little bit. It's such a little bit that's kind of jumping through my mind, if I'm thinking about it, what I think about the performances, and I think like there aren't that many highlights I remember based on the performance. The song, as I said, song wise, there's everything in my head. But yeah, overall, I still have to say, it was definitely a finale worthy performance. Like as I said, there was so much implemented, and there were so much thoughts implemented. I'm 100% sure for that, and the work they did for how much they worked for it was insane as well. And at the end, I guess as well they made my new most favorite Brave Girls song.
If I share that thought, we're going to find out now. um, Overall, this stage was basically the epitome of feel good. That I can say for sure. Like from the get go, they were transporting perfectly. By the way, yes, it was Minyoung who was there in the beginning. From the beginning, they absolutely nailed to convey this feeling that they wanted to convey. Like, they want to establish Brave Girls as, like, queens of summer. And this is really what was really, really well made in this entire performance. Like, the set design itself is doing a lot of work for this. I don't know. It looks like they put especially a lot of thought into this Brave Girls stage, because there are just so many little details that make you feel like you're at a beautiful summer vacation right now. And this is exactly what Brave Girls try to convey and what they kind of want to establish themselves with. They have said multiple times that they're not quite sure yet what their color is, what exactly it is what Brave Girls stands for. And I think everyone is kind of agreeing that this is what Brave Girls is best at. This is what they can absolutely convey the best from all of the performances I have seen of them. I don't know why, but it looks just so natural when they're performing in this kind of set, with this kind of theme. These summery dresses, as you also said, really beautiful. And I love how each and every outfit has a completely different style, but through that it kind of shows the personality of each and every member, because every outfit matches the respective member really well. There's not one outfit where I'm look like where I feel like that's that could have been a better one for her. No, this is it. They really nailed each and every one of those outfits. Then, of course, a small detail but an important one, in my opinion, they're dancing completely barefoot. Is something they're like doing as the only artist here in the show. And this is also not just much more comfortable, at least I would guess. That is much more comfortable than dancing in heels over and over again. But here again, it just matches the overall atmosphere with the refreshing video playing in the background. Even though I would say here it is not exactly, it's not like the best one. Because I'm a sucker for like story and stuff, and in the background it's just a beautiful summery atmosphere, which is of course exactly what this performance needs. But there I'm just a greedy little story hunter. So this is just something I loved so much about other performances. But overall, I really want to praise this entire performance, and it was a great like ending for this entire show to end on such a good and happy note. But there's always a but. The song itself is good. I like it. But I expected more from a Brave Girls summer song. Especially because I'm such a huge fan of Chimat Badam. Whistle lacked a lot of like appeal to me. It lacked once again kind of like highlights, which I can really look forward to in the song. It is just actually kind of like in aura. It's constantly on a really cool and pretty high level, but it never manages to really like break out of it. It never really manages to draw me, like to really claw me into it and bring me to loop the song, to listen to it again after I listen to it and listen to it again and again and again and again. this is just something this song unfortunately did not manage to do with me, and because of that, I can say it is a cool performance, a great performance even, one I really enjoyed and will definitely watch multiple times more, but the song itself is probably nothing that I would listen to on a really regular basis.
Tetch. But
And
no problem. I will do the double of streams for that.
I really should have put like a bootlicking counter into this podcast. That every time is like plopping up when you're backstabbing me. But okay.
Okay.
Last but not least, it is time.
Who's left?
For. Actually, no one. Did I miss someone? No. Let's just jump to the finale, shall we? I mean, why not fuck it up with everyone now? Come on.
Exactly.
Come at me. No, the highlight,
BBG!
guys. Chill. BBG with Red Sun. Yeah.
Totally not biased.
Red Sun. Oh my god. So, like this. Okay. Red Sun. 100%, 1000% biased. And if you were looking for something else, then sorry, you chose the wrong channel. But that's not my problem. It's yours. Now, BBG. What happened? How did it all start? We saw in the beginning Eunha sitting in a restaurant alone waiting for the other two girls, because she invited them out to eat something. And what we learned then is that this place they went through is actually a quite meaningful one, because this is a restaurant that has been pretty close to their old dorm, the dorm from trainee days of them, so quite a while ago. And we also saw a little throwback clip, which I really loved, of Jinbi, Eunha, and Sowon sitting there and eating during Fever era, and that was so beautiful to see Sowon again. I mean, this is the second appearance we have of Sowon in Queendom. Absolutely loved it.
My heart
and
exploded.
After that, by the way, in the chat too of our live stream, the people were also instantly screaming, "Lena! Someone!" It was beautiful. And after that, we got a bit of mukbang time. We saw the girls digging in and eat their, as it looked like, delicious food. And Jinbi instantly said here, I hope this kind of shoot never comes to an end. And I want to emphasize the part, this kind of shoot. I guess the rest of Queendom, they're pretty damn happy about it finally ended. And after this, it was time, of course, emotions, guys. Emotions, because we got a bit of, flashbacks to their past. Eunha was talking about the tough times they had. She said that their rehearsal room back then leaked actually water, that they have never been as close to nature as they have been back then. We got emotional, of course, flashbacks to old G-Friend times, to their debut, to music show wins, to concerts, to award wins. Mnet took everything they could find that could somehow make a buddy make a buddy's heart bleed. They smashed into this little cut, and it looks like it also had an effect on Eunha, because she started crying. And of course, Jinbi did not try to console her instantly. No, much more important things needed to happen. And that is getting out your phone and film it, right? Like the whole time. This was so cute. And this is something Jinbi does quite regularly. When Eunha's crying, she is filming it. I'm still not quite sure what she's going to do with these videos in the future, but I'm sure as hell looking forward to whatever this. Maybe we're getting a crying Eunha compilation at some point. It's definitely going to be adorable, but. And what was really interesting is that we heard Eunha saying that before BBG was formed, before they even knew that they would do BBG, Eunha was at home and studying, and then she got a call from the members. So it looked like the one of the other two, or both of the other two, came up with the idea of forming BBG, which is a really interesting insight. And it looks like it was not something Eunha like expected to do, but in the end turned out obviously doing. What happened after this was basically a battle of the nerves, because we saw BBG meeting with BPM staff members, and they were discussing what kind of song they should perform. What kind of style the final song should have. And BPM went with an idea to kind of go with a style from previous seasons of Queendom and Kingdom, with something fierce, you know? Something like Stray Kids, Wolfgang, Idol's Lion. These two videos were shown, and, well, you saw in the eyes of BBG that they were, let's say, not amused by that idea. They didn't feel that at all. This idea of BPM, and Chinbi instantly rebutted with that they have already something else in mind that they could do, and Chinbi played a song, and that song was Red Sun. She told them that this was actually a song that was previously planned, or could have been a part of, in that case, it looks like it was the Time for Us album of G-Friend. So it looks like Red Sun could have been the title track. In the end, we know it was Sunrise. A reason for that, they mentioned, was actually that not all of the members were that into that song. So it looked like BBG, the three of them, really liked the song, and the other three, or some of the other three, that is not 100% clear, weren't that fond of the song at that time, so they kind of dropped it. And after all this time, the three girls have kind of hoped for performing the song, to that point that they even suggested at their former company that they could do a unit and record the song. And that unit, exactly the group that we have here today, BBG, which is really interesting to hear, to get this kind of like insight into their past. And after they heard that, and this is something I really love, the BPM stuff was like, yeah, okay, you know what, fuck it, we're doing what you want. And this is a nice idea, we are going with that. But after that, it did not end, it continued. This pre-performance part, because we saw them in the dance studio sitting down and watching a performance of them on their phone, and suddenly all of the dancers snuggled up behind them, and all of them were staring onto this tiny screen. And I know this will be a shocker for you guys, but we got another product placement, because suddenly they dragged a little TV thing, a little monitor, out from the corner of the room, and they then streamed the video on the screen, and the screen can rotate and all of that stuff. It was just product placement for the TV, but it was at least a bit cute, but nothing we really would have needed, honestly. And we're ending this pre-performance part with the quote of Eunha: "We will make sure people say that the song has found its rightful owner." Well, that is the wish of Eunha, but is it really the reality?
Is it the reality? Let's see. Starting the performance, we see 3 schoolgirls happily finding their way. into some tree. Like I don't know, like
they enter the tree.
they enter the tree. I mean, I don't know, I guess in some cases it's oh my goodness, I literally don't know. Wardrobe? Schrank? I don't know, I'm stupid.
Well, wardrobe.
Okay. In some cases, it's needed wardrobe to join another worlds. For that one, it's a tree. And the three schoolgirls are joining the tree to or going into the tree to join the world, a new world, a fairy tale world. As three girls that are I don't know. I'm seriously not made for this. I will give this up. So
leave it to me.
BBG is coming out in their
I got you
dresses.
back.
Basically, of course, if this would have been possible, I guess they would have made it like that. They would have been that they would have joined the tree. In many moments, it's like that you kind of have dresses over your stage outfit or something like that, and you're just change clothes immediately, like you're just ripping off the dress then. So that's the strategy that it's most likely, but you can't do this for them, like having the school outfits into these dresses. That's not possible, so they kind
I mean, these were like 2 seconds, literally, when they emerged after the schoolgirls entered.
Exactly.
This would have been really magic.
Exactly, and that's why they are using the thread. It's implementing them to be them, but the more to that later on. That's not my job. BG is coming out, and here is kinder first like going through this world Jesus, today I really have hard times to find the words. But they're like joining the world. I don't know, these background dancers, like these peoples on the
stilts.
Oh Jesus. Pangs. I never would have been going to this come to this world. But they are like, I don't know, but it's a special use of background dancers, because it's not really dancing, but somehow it's really funny how they are implemented into the performance. I really love it, and they play a huge part in this whole process. That's a really cool thing as well.
By the way, if I would have been one of them, I would have broken my freaking legs standing up those things.
I mean, if Shimmy would have told you, yo, Nico, we need you for here doing this and this, you would have learned the shit out of yourself to make it perfectly for her.
I mean, then I would have performed this with broken legs. I would have still broken my legs, but then I wouldn't have cared. So,
oh, that's super cool. Yeah, exactly. And I have to say, overall, the setting is amazing. Like the whole setting, the stage setting, and with all the props and so, it's super cool. And I really love that. Of course, they have implemented the butterfly into their back screen. That's something that's such a must to do. And I really love how playful the stage is. Like this little thing with these kind of tons or whatever this is. And the umbrellas, it's super cool when
these mugs on the side where the dancers are in. Yeah.
Exactly. That's super cool. And overall it's super playful. How they play how they perform there. It's not that they are doing really crazy moves, but overall the performance is so well thought, choreo wise. It's amazing. And song wise, it's such an interesting song because it's it has a melancholic vibe, but on the other side, it really has some kind of classic vibe as well. And this combination is super interesting. When I listened to it the first time, I was like, okay, I don't know. I felt like I have to get used to it because the combination of these two genres is really not often made. And but I don't know. I got into this like super fast and immediately fell in love with it. Um, Especially with the chorus. Like this is. This melancholic chorus is. I love it. Chef's kiss in the air. Chef's kiss in the air. Yeah. Then what I can remember, cause this was something. I pointed out when we had the live stream as well. The moment where Omji got lost in the world. I don't know. She acted this so well, in my opinion. Like she acted this so good. Overall, the acting in this performance is so good. Like, in my opinion, you just see this like this super good idol skills of them in this performance. Because dancing is one thing, singing is the other one, but acting is a thing that's super important for like being an idol as well. And cause on the stage if you have to tell a story or something like that. And once again in this performance they showed this again. It's super amazing how I don't know, like how well they did it. And I really loved it. They made many many little prop using and many little segments in these performances. So I don't know, like thinking about this performance, there must have been so much. I guess this is the performance. Like it's not just a choreo, it's more like as many said, it really felt like a musical. It really felt like more um like a maybe musical or like a film than a performance. Like you're watching this, you're following it, and that's the kind of key point of the performance, and I really loved it. Especially because I'm such a sucker for these musical kind of performances. Especially if they tell a story so well as they do. Um, Super amazing. And there was one scene where Hikaru was showed, and she was just smiling so bright watching this. And I don't know, I just loved it to see that how she enjoyed this performance. And I just see myself there as well. Like when I watched it, I was exactly like that. I was like just happy watching it, and I was just like, I don't know, I was so overwhelmed by what I get there because I wasn't expecting it like this. And it was so good. And then of course we have the bridge, and the bridge is giving you the most melancholic drop here in the song, and is giving you any feels like yeah like any deep feels. And but after that we are not ending on that note in a bridge. We are ending on a more exploding note with the chorus again. of course, still melancholic, but a bit more, yeah, energetic is the wrong way to say it, but yeah, um, a bit more forward, I would say. And yeah, at the end, that's something I really love for the song as well, because I've listened to this many times, like the last days, and I really love how the song ends. Like this having this special ending um, to give it a bit more feels, like go a bit overboard um, if it comes to the song. Just yeah, like give it a more tragic note again is so amazing. This song, I don't know, when I listen to it, it's not really on a melancholic level, because it has this kind of classy genre as well implemented, um like, so that it's more, yeah, on the other side in some cases, but somehow still it's so deep melancholic, underlined, and it feels like in the finale it's just, yeah, just breaking out on this underlying vibe, that it's just getting you completely. And listening to this, I really get super emotional, like listening to it, um, just cause this melancholic vibe is so well transported. And once again, BBG made something amazing. They showed amazing skills, and I really love how they are, um, yeah, leaving this, like running over the stage, um, and before they are sitting there, this hand in hand running. Overall, I really love I love it how this is just made. Like this idea of it, super good, and the execution with the camera work. Like the camera work here was so important for this, and I want to praise this for real. I want to praise the idea. I want to praise the execution, and yeah, thanks for this amazing performance and song.
Well, first thing I want to say is that I don't see that much melancholy in this song. I feel like this is coming mostly from its, yeah, pretty obvious parallels to the melancholic songs of G-Friend, but I feel like it's more driven through the strings and the overall orchestral dynamic the song has. For me, it is more like a hopeful song instead of a melancholic one. It's more like a song that is like building you up instead of like dragging you down, as it has been with the truly melancholic songs that G-Friend has done in the past. But of course, it exerts a similar vibe. This is something I have said multiple times already. For example, in my reaction to this stuff.
I mean,
you can clearly hear how close it is to Time for the Moon Night, and this is something that's just instantly triggering something in you. But for me, at every time that this song is 100% hopeful, without the melancholic heaviness other G-Friend songs have had. And this is through that it is really suiting this kind of the storyline what we see here. The girls entering a completely new world, which is of course a bit which is new, which can be kind of threatening because it is something they're not used to. They're jumping into new waters, but it is still, they're not going into this world in a like fearful way or or they're not doubting themselves like, oh no, what when we fail, what if we fail, and stuff like this. No, they're entering this with a certain excitement, and they're looking forward to the journey they're going to take. And I feel like this is something that Red Sun is portraying amazingly, which is something that impresses me even more through the fact that it's a song that is now more than 4 to 5 years old. That it is something that is still so like on point even until today. Which makes me actually quite happy that they didn't use it back then, even though like OT6 version of the song would be quite interesting actually to see what they would have done like with this. I could really imagine this being really cool, but this is something I really want to praise the song for. It does not need it. Like, it is, yes, it has this different feeling, but it is this style. It catches the heart of body, but still shows, no, this is now something else. This is now BBG, and it is a little nod to the past, but I love that it is not like getting overshadowed by it. And well, we have the girls entering here into this magical wonderland. And I mean, of course, the school outfits are just a dick move by BPM, whoever thought of doing that. It's just so like you really want to play with our hearts. Do it. I already said that in one of my many reactions. I don't care. I don't know anymore. But when this starts, when I see these schoolgirls coming out and happily like laughing with each other and getting near the tree, I always like my mind is always adding this bell ringing sound from Glassbeat. Like this school sound instantly pops into my head. It could of course be because of the old different MVs have always started like this, with the girls happily coming into the music video, and you have this laughter like you have here, this school vibe. It could, of course, be that it is due to that. And when they're entering this world, which is something I'm also going to talk about a bit more later, because I did some digging and I think I know the inspiration where this is coming from. And yeah, they're getting in there in those beautiful, like, super cool dresses. And this is what I already said in the beginning. This is, from the get-go, when we first saw them, it was clear, okay, this is going to be so different from everything the others are doing. And these dresses, they somehow really manage themselves already really well to establish this kind of, okay, we are not in the kind of like regular world right now. This is something a bit more fictional. This is something a bit more dreamy, a bit more fantastic. And this is something where we really want to praise, like the designer, whoever thought about these outfits. The costume design, really amazing to give it that feel. And I think this, I don't know if this really is what they are made of, but it looks like really silky. This fabric they're using there, which just once again adds to this really fantastic feeling, and this out of this world feeling that you're like, now okay, something is going on here that is not 100% natural. And as the song progresses, you already mentioned this musically theme of it. I really love this. I mean, we already know the powerful choreography of them. We have seen it with the powerful Innocence melancholy in Time for the Moonlight. We saw them in a more like sexier, more mature style for Unnatural. We saw them in their high teen happiness punch right into your face version of Bop Bop. We saw them in the really like girl crushy poor performance. So we got this huge variety of concepts from BBG, and this is also something, whether you like all of their performances or not, what you have to give them is that they have never done the same thing twice during Queendom. They have shown each and every time something completely different, and now for Red Sun, they went with the idea, okay, let's not do like the most difficult dance moves, let's not do the most like wow arising dance moves, like, I don't know, for example, in the girls' performances, you know, this backspin of spec flip of Xiaoting and stuff like this. We're like, whoa. We didn't have that in this performance. What we had here was a performance, a choreography that told a story from beginning to the end, and while it was not necessarily telling a story, it was like comforting you with showing you what this magical world is there in. And I really love that they went with such a unique and fantastic style here also for the choreography. And let me just skip through it shortly. These mock dancers, I'm still not quite sure what exactly these are. I would kind of guess that the dancers are kind of supposed to be like cats, just based on this one move where Eunha is knocking on the umbrella, and this one dancer is like giving her like her fist, like giving her fist in this black glove, and Eunha is kind of like petting it, like it is, yeah, like she's some kind of cat and stuff like this. So I'm not quite sure if this was the idea behind it, but this was the first association that I had with it, and based on the theory I have, it could not be that far off that this was actually the intention behind it. And the fact that they added the red umbrellas, when we saw the first glimpse of this in the preview, I got asked by one of my viewers what my theory is for the usage of this when we saw them like in a dance practice room with the red umbrellas, and my imagination, as always, went completely wild. I was completely wrong. Everything I said, I made like multiple. Gave multiple ideas what all of this could be about. All of those turned out to be complete bullshit. No surprise here. That's how it normally is for me. But it was quite funny because, of course, the first thing that this reminded me of kind of was their it was a performance, I think, at a was it at a music not at a music show, at a no, I'm missing the word. The weather winning award show. I had the word award in my head, but I wasn't able to add the show behind it. At award show, it's some kind of MMA award show. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Where they performed, for example, Summer Rain and Red Umbrella, where they were performing with these. It was the first thing I thought about. Then I thought, oh, wait a second, Red Umbrella? Omji is signature color was red during Bop Bop. Maybe we will also get a purple umbrella and a blue one. And no, all of this complete bullshit. Because when you watch the birthday song of Eunha, there we had the purple umbrella, and I thought like, okay, for the Queendom performance, they already had them in their storages, and that's why they used them for this. Complete bullshit. But I still kind of like the idea. But here, the umbrellas are getting used for kind of maybe symbolizing a red sun at some point. Could of course be. or maybe some kind of flowers, because we also see later in the choreography a part where Chinbi is like hiding behind the umbrellas and they're opening and closing while it is raining in the background. Maybe the flowers like blooming and something like this. A lot of theories you could put out there. If you have theories, please kindly throw them in the comments. I would really love to read them. But of course, kind of the most heartwarming, the most touching part of this entire performance was the part where we had OMG with the red umbrella in the front, and then in the background the white silhouette holding up the umbrella, covering OMG. And I don't know if you can see it in the TV version, but in the full cam version, you can also see that this man is not just later turning into butterflies, but he got created out of butterflies. The butterflies fly together, create this person, and cover OMG from the rain, which is I would assume kind of once again, kind of not a flashback to the past year of really dark times for BBG and the entirety of G-Friend, where they had like Buddy, and here now symbolized through the butterfly with Nabi, holding the umbrella over them. And what's really interesting is when the other members join her, the man disappears, turns back into the butterflies. Like, okay, now they're BBG, now they can also support themselves, and now we're there for all three of them. Once again, probably complete bullshit, but I love letting my mind running wild here. And after this, we see this in the background, this super dreamy land, purple sky, and all of these huge-ass flowers, which, by the way, instantly remind me of Yaren's Aria, where we had similar scenes with these huge-ass flowers. But of course, color-wise, it is the Bop era. The kind of concept pictures we saw there of all three of them with their different colors and different flower fields they have been in. And it's really cool to see that they're continuing with this kind of like color theme, even though they kind of broke with it for the members and their outfits. But what is interesting, if you remember, during Bop Bop, we had Eunha in purple, we had OMG in red, and Chinbi in blue. If you now combine blue and red, you get purple. And here, now we have green for Chinbi, yellow for OMG, and blue for Eunha. If you combine yellow and blue, you get green. So it kind of feels like they're doing this on purpose, that you always have these two colors that combined kind of like symbolize the third member. I'm really curious to see if this will continue in the BBG releases. But this is just something that really popped into my eyes when I saw it. It made me instantly think about this whole maybe importance of this color theme here. Then these dudes on the stilts. I mean, they look kind of like the guardians of this world, because they don't let the girls out the way it looks. They're kind of like, blocking the entrance, but at times in the performance, it often looks like they kind of control the girls. Like the girls are some kind of marionettes, like puppets, that break free during the performance, multiple times, getting caught again and then break free again, which is a nice little feature. And of course, in the end, the most adorable moment when they're sitting together on the ground and leaning onto each other. First, of course, is leaning onto each other of Chinbi and Eunha, instantly time for the Moonlight, triggering in me that we had a similar scene. And of course, as an ending for a performance, this all reminds me a lot of Sunrise. For obvious reasons, I think you guys all know the ending and beginning of Sunrise, so no need to dive into that. Now, long story, but it still continues a bit. Bear with me, guys, because all of this magical thing. The first thing I thought about was there's probably no surprise, Alice in Wonderland. And because, entering this magical world full of fantastic beings and fantastic experiences. And looks like I may not have been that far off, because I did some digging, and what I found is a cute little or interesting little story called Through the Looking Glass. And the continued title is And What Alice Found There. Looks like there's actually a sequel. There exists a sequel of Alice in Wonderland, something I didn't know, which kind of was the inspiration for what is going on here. Because in this story, we have, and this is only like the knowledge I know from like reading Wikipedia and stuff, so if you know more about it, please tell me. But there you have Alice entering this world through a mirror. And if you remember, mirrors have also been a really important prop in previous BBG performances, like for example in the Unnatural performance. There we also had this mirror part. And here we have now them entering this world symbolized through this tree thing. And a really nice little detail that you can miss quickly is on the ground. The ground is almost the whole time a chessboard. And this is really, again, interesting with this Through the Looking Glass story, because there the kind of ulterior motive of this world is a kind of like a chess symbolic. In Alice in Wonderland, you had kind of like playing cards as the overall theme, and in this one, you have chess. And if I understood it correctly, she enters that world and is kind of like a pawn in chess and has to try within 7 turns to become a queen. So you kind of see where this is going. And now, the most interesting thing, the Red Sun performance marks the 7th performance of them on Queendom. So, if you think this is all complete bullshit, maybe, but when I saw this, because I was looking after Alice in Wonderland, and then I saw this, and this completely blew away my mind, because this is not that far off in my opinion. There are so many parallels that it could actually be like that they could actually have used that as an as a reference. And also you have here multiple times in the background like mirrors flying around. So it could be, I would be really interested in knowing your guys' opinion. And I know I talked a shitload about the story now. And I think I didn't say yet how I actually liked the song. So I'll make it short. I freaking love it. And that was my review. It's outstandingly beautiful, from beginning to the end. Basically, the perfect song.
Okay. Just a little thing.
Yes. Ow! Ah! Sorry.
Okay.
Ah, I hit myself.
Strong. Cause or what I wanted to mention, cause you said it in the beginning. It's not that I.
Yeah, sorry. I was on my own film. Sorry.
No problem. When I say like, first I said melancholic underline. What I meant with that is such the kind of, yeah, as you said, some things that are used in melancholic songs as well, instrumental wise, but especially singing wise, like in the chorus, the kind of singing is really the kind of singing that can sound pretty melancholic. As example, like if Eunha like singing the post chorus, that sounds in my opinion really melancholic. How she is using the notes and stuff like that. That's something I wanted to point out, cause it's not that I think this whole thing is melancholic. It's just like when I'm listening to it, that's why I said it. It's like it feels melancholic underline. Like somehow I get a melancholic feeling listening to it. It's a bit like when you watch something that's pretty happy, but somehow it makes you feel uncomfortable, like cause there is maybe a dark story behind it, but you're not realizing it because it's kind of not that it's a case for it. Just as an example, how I meant this is melancholic underline for me because it really gives the vibe, even if nothing really lands to that vibe. Besides, in my opinion, like the singing and this kind of G friendish sound and stuff like that. So I just wanted to make this clear.
Yeah, I get it. I just feel like the majority of this feeling that is like getting created there actually comes from the knowledge, that you kind of have about what happened to them and what the song means, kind of. And I think this adds a lot to the interpretation of how they're singing it. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think if you're going into this like completely without knowing, I think this interpretation of it could be melancholic, could be not. Of course, could be there, but I think it is not. Someone would probably not get that feeling that fast. But I could be wrong there. You guys can write that in the comments.
Yeah.
Would be really cool.
Would be interesting if some people still think that as well, that it kind of sounds melancholic or stuff like that. It feels.
I mean, at least if you're all still there after this lecture I just gave you. And I have to apologize to all of you guys because I lied to you.
Oh damn!
I lied to each and every one of you because I said this was the last performance we're talking about, and that was bullshit. Because there was one more, and that was the big epilogue by no one else than Eunha, Hyolyn, Heejin, Yeseo, SeolA, and Yuna. Yes, we got an emotional ending performance by one representative out of each group. And as for the other performances, we also got here a little pre-performance video to get us in the proper mood. What did we get? I don't know what this storyline is that is happening here, if this is just a thing of Eunha, but she's always the first everywhere where she is. And she's always sitting then there alone. And of course, Mnet instantly uses this to give us the flashbacks to the unit forming, where we saw Eunha sitting alone in the room preparing and getting hardcore snitched by a lot of people, which still I haven't recovered from, by the way. But Mnet decided we need to see that again. Okay, thank you, Mnet. After this, we saw SeolA entering the room. It was super awkward between the two. So it was nice when finally Heejin emerged and kind of, was brightening up the mood there between all of them. And after her, the other girls joined too. Yeseo unfortunately couldn't be there at that day due to schedule conflicts. But she pre-recorded her stuff, so the others could just continue with their recording. There, I think you or someone in the comments, I don't know, someone mentioned that instantly when they saw them how gigantic huge Eunha is, or at least looks, right next to all of them, which, yeah, she really does. And I mean, you have to think about Eunha. I think Eunha's like 1.63 meters.
Yeah, kind of like.
Which is technically not that tall. But the others are just even smaller than her. But this is actually something people often forget that G-Friend is a freaking tall group. And with BBG, you have the small line of G-Friend. And still, they're taller than most of the other people they're always interacting with. There's always just really funny when you see that, especially Eunha, that you always have like in your head as a really small person, just because, well, G-Friend. And then you're seeing her standing next to Hyolyn, you're like, wait a fucking minute. What the hell is where's that coming from? But if you really want to get shocked, guys, I will link you something in the video description. A picture of Yidin together with SNSD Hyolyn at a radio station. So you feel like Yeren is a freaking giant.
This has to be Photoshop. It looks like Photoshop.
So surreal. Yeah. This picture, check it out. This is hilarious to look at. But yeah, while all of them were in the recording booth, recording the song, suddenly our grandmaster Taeyeon appeared and brought some gifts for all of them. And I know this will be a huge shocker for you guys, but product placement. Because we got some macarons and sweet stuff. I don't remember if there were more than macarons, but definitely macarons. That she brought all of them to, I guess, yeah, get them pumped up and stuff. But no one really cared about these presents, because the biggest present is, of course, Taeyeon herself, who is there talking with them, and she also gave them, some pointers and told them about the hardship of the industry. She said she talked about the harsh reality of the industry and how she hopes that they don't get like discouraged and lose their dreams just because they may rank low in the show. But a question that arises in me now, of course, is this final epilogue performance a performance you would rank low?
I mean, it's the kind of performance you can expect. I mean, it's a performance that's not really a surprise or a secret.
Especially not if you know Mnet shows.
Exactly. Like, this is so... it would have been more a surprise if we wouldn't have gotten something like that. Then I would have been, Mnet, you're sick. But yeah, we got the performance, and the performance, I don't know. I still don't know if there was a theme. I still don't know how everyone was standing there. There are many possibilities.
Yeah, because maybe we have to explain that now, since we have Eunha, Hyolyn, Heejin, Yeseo, SeolA, and Yuna. It's not like we have the main vocal of each group here representing the group, but yeah, just
it's not
sometimes main vocal, sometimes not. It's maybe they kind of decided on who would match well together or something like this, like voice-wise, or not sure how exactly, because we unfortunately didn't get any insight in that.
Exactly, that's a bit sad, aber let's go again. Let's count the German word.
Aber. In case you want to learn, aber means but.
Exactly. This podcast is changing.
Write it into your vocabulary book, guys.
Exactly. There's like that's basically for this performance. It's not that, I don't know, performance. I mean, it's a vocal performance. We can say that. They were just standing on the higher stage, like on the upper part of the stage, like that you can. Exactly, guys. You know what I mean.
You mean on the elevator parts of the stages?
The elevator parts, of course, are the elevator parts. Exactly. And
I don't even know if you would call them elevator parts, but it makes sense, I guess. Kind of.
They were standing there with a microphone, and that's it, performance-wise. Like, right? And then they were singing.
Mm-hmm.
And the song, based on the kind of the song, it's the typical how do you call that one? I wanted to say farewell, but you can't really say farewell, but you can say farewell Mnet show song. The typical farewell
Yeah.
Mnet show song.
It's just a song that once again, I mean, we also get during this a video getting played in the background of past scenes, emotional
Exactly.
scenes, and stuff like this. So it's just there to kind of grab you emotionally and to like squeeze the last bit of emotions that you have in you out before the actual show concludes.
I haven't translated the lyrics, but it's 100% about I don't know. We connected well. There's a friendship now. We will
coming
see
to
each other
different
again.
people coming together, bonding, growing through hardship.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably that stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And based on that, the song is as always, cause Mnet is going with the same film over and over again. It's going to be it's going to be a good song. I mean, that's something you can't hardly miss with, and Mnet just mastered that. So it's a good song. I still don't know. Just like I don't think the feeling is like it's getting me totally, cause I kinda get the feeling right now I'm a bit overheard by the kind of Mnet song. Cause there are so many shows where we have so many variants of this kind of sound, and it's like it feels like I don't know. Now you can say like okay maybe, but I don't know. Isn't this like for many songs maybe in this genre? But I feel like Mnet songs really have I don't know a certain similarity, and I feel like this is kind of not really like getting me excited anymore because I have many of Mnet's songs like that in my playlist, and I don't know. I don't think I need more of them there.
Yeah, I mean, they always are basically built the same. They always sound kind of the same, of course, with the different voices. But overall, if you know one song, like, I don't know, When the Cherry Blossom Fades, for example, from Produce 101 and stuff like this, you know exactly what you're going to get.
Exactly. But I like the song.
And I freaking love the song because I am still a sucker for this shit. I can listen to this basically same song over and over and over again. Over and over and over. Little callback to Girls Planet. I always want to say to Girls Planet Queendom, to Queendom Girls Planet. It's terrible.
Oh, damn.
Absolutely terrible. Thank God that's over soon. But I really like this performance. The six of them, six of them standing there together performing. Hey, yes, and I'm a simple person. I see stars in the background, and not just stars, but also look like shooting stars because they're crashing down like a star shower. And we see an emotional video playing. We see Eunha with a purple beret. Yes, I'm a simple person. I see this and I'm simping. And I really like the song, even though what I would definitely say, it is not the best out of these kinds of Mnet farewell ending songs. There are a few I would probably place higher than this one. But for me personally, it's a top tier variant of these kinds of songs, and I'm definitely going to listen to this for quite a while, going onwards even after this show ends. Yeah, I'm a sucker for ballads. There's probably almost nothing I'm listening to more than ballads overall. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm an emotional guy. But yeah, great song. I love it. Thank you.
Exactly.
Guys, we did it. We are through the performances. Only 3 hours in the podcast. Amazing, isn't it? And what I can tell you, there is not that much. And we're not sitting here for 3 more hours. That I can promise you. Okay? That I'm giving you. Because what is coming next? Well, next we got a bit of, once again, even more emotions, because Emma was like, you know what? If there are some people like Pain who are just like emotional stones who don't feel anything in their life anymore, let's go one more. Let's get out the emotional punches, and for that they made some last interviews with all of the contestants. They got out the Queen's capsules, which are basically these little boxes containing self-written letters from the members, in which they kind of wrote down their goals for Queendom. And they took them out and talked about it. And what should I tell you guys? There wasn't really much. I get where what they tried to do, but it was okay. There was nothing new revealed. It was basically what you expect from that to happen. So I guess no one will be too angry if we just jump one section further, which is already, guys. This is really it. The finale. The ending. The announcement of the final 2 contestants which could be winning Queendom. And the 2 groups which in the end had the winner decided between them were WJSN and LOONA. So, WJSN and LOONA were standing on the stage, and yes, the stage was completely full with that gigantic amount of members standing right next to each other. And then, the question was, who wins? Who will win? Will it be WJSN, who showed a really steady and constantly high, not just quality of performance, but rankings, because WJSN was constantly in the upper ranks, I think always 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. So they were always super, super, super high. Or will it be LOONA, who, if you remember, guys, in the first round, lost the first round because they all had, or at least a lot of them had COVID, and through that weren't able to perform, and because of that didn't get any points at all for the first performance, but later on gathered points and points and points, and of course at the end, through the insane streaming power of Orbit, skyrocketed into gigantic heights. So who will it be? The underdog or the really consistent high-ranked player? And in the end, it was WJSN. WJSN won Queendom.
That happened definitely too fast.
You mean the announcement?
Yeah.
I mean, compared to other Mnet shows, this was like really fresh. Like, yes. I really thought, okay, we're going to sit here for half an hour more before we will actually hear who is the winner. But in the end, I was like, it still took too long, but I was okay with the length they went with there. And WJSN won. And what I really liked was, on the far left side, we saw Unso being really emotional. She even went down to the ground and cried, and of course BFF Chinbi emerged, and they two shared an adorable hug there on the left side. She was comforting her, and I would really love to know what they said to each other there. Because I can imagine 2 things. Either it was like really something uplifting that that Chimbi said to her, or something like slightly annoying to don't cry that much and stuff like this. I could imagine both to cheer her up. something like this, or to make her not cheer her up. I mean, she was freaking happy. She cried out of happiness. I mean, to like make her stop crying. But it was really cute to see both of them once again showcase their big bond, their big happy bond these two have together. And yeah, now of course my question is, what do you think about the ultimate ending of Queendom, of the final winner?
Like,
Okay, thank you.
what exactly? So about what? About the winner? About the final ending? About what? What?
The winner,
The winner.
WJSN.
Okay. Yeah, in my opinion, they definitely deserve to win, cause like, I don't know. I think overall it felt like they had, like, point wise it made kind of sense. If
Yeah.
what we get to see was true and stuff, because they were pretty often like on the second spot. I mean,
Yeah.
until the end, they were pretty much on the second spot. Um, in the streams, they got the second spot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like, they really had a solid amount on points, and yeah, there were just the live votes and the on-site stuff and telephone stuff, whatever. All these votes were just left. So that makes kind of sense. And in my opinion, yeah, they deserved it. Like, I mean, overall, I guess I uh, would have been happy with like everyone. I don't know. I don't think there would have been someone where I was thinking like, don't think this one wouldn't have deserved it. But still, there are like groups like Brave Girls where I would have been imagined like, okay, that's kind of interesting that they jumped that high. Or
Mm.
with recently with the round where Kepler got bashed by Mnet totally, or the people, who knows. So when Kepler would have won, like, I would have yeah, kind of think about it as well. Like, okay, what the hell? What is the point reason for that? Cause if I look at it at, at the like how they performed and stuff like this, in my opinion, every one of them would have deserved to win. Still, I guess WJSN with a finale that's my number 2, is pretty much high for me on my top. So like, yeah, I kind of like, for me, if not BBG, I would have wished WJSN to win.
Yeah. I also can say, I mean, basically, the in my opinion, the what you also said, the question that is not like getting asked for me in any way is, do they deserve to win? Because all of them, as you already said, yeah, all of them deserved technically to win. Points, that's something different. Some of them, unfortunately, didn't get the points that they, in my opinion, would have deserved. But just based on the effort they put in on, the amazing shows all of them have delivered. And here, once again, in the end, it doesn't matter if I didn't like certain performances, but I even if I don't like performances, I mean, I see the insane amount of effort they all have thrown into this, and of course, this alone makes all of them deserve to be winning the show. In the end, it was WJSN, which I was also, I was satisfied with it. I was cool with it. If I just go from my personal like point of view, whose performance I enjoyed the most over Queendom, yes, BBG would have been first for me, and second Kepler, personally. But I guess on third place, then I would have also put WJSN. So this was pretty. Now, what will I trying to think what I wanted to say. I wanted to go somewhere. Yeah. What I wanted to say is it is a bit anticlimactic, the WJSN one. Why? Because it is so unlike Mnet. Because that WJSN one makes sense. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And this is something that I'm not used from Mnet. Because, as I said, WJSN constantly collected points and points and points, and a lot of points, because they always have been ranked really high. Other groups ranked, got maybe more points in certain rounds, but then in other rounds got really a few amount of points. So, if you just plainly look at all of this, you look at WJSN, you're like, yeah, makes sense. And this is just so not Mnet. For Mnet, it would have made more sense to say LOONA wins because, underdog fought down from the bottom to the top. So that was actually a reason why I was like, when I saw the announcement that it in the end wasn't LOONA who won, but WJSN, but only because this was so so not what I am usually used to from Mnet. That someone is actually winning where I'm like, I can understand where this is coming from.
Yeah.
But yeah. Still, mad respect for WJSN. I really hope that this is giving them more confidence in themselves. I mean, they have said multiple times that they are a successful group, but they always, it looked like they always had the feeling that compared to other groups, they still lack impact in a way, where other groups kind of have like songs that really, smashed hard kind of into the history of K-pop. But for them, it's like they always like they sell well and everything's working well, but there's nothing that outstanding. And I really hope this now they see this and they're like, okay, we have created something here that will last a while, and that they also kind of gain the confidence in, okay, we are also like a great group. We deserve the respect that other groups get just as much as they do.
Yeah.
Like if Queendom it was able to achieve that for them, then in my opinion it was already worth it for them to be part of it.
I mean, as example, don't want to make me more important than I am, but I don't know. For me, it worked pretty well. Like for me, they were second for the Queendom like experience, and that's something I wouldn't have imagined in the beginning because I was like, oh damn, LOONA as example where I was super looking forward to as example. Kepler as well. And I don't know, like I was pretty surprised how I don't know how really hooked I got for by the performance of them. And I'm super excited for their comeback. Like
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I want the journey to continue that I can say, damn, I'm now super into WJSN because they finally hooked me that well with the music.
All right. Then, after we got the announcement, it was time, of course, guys, for the ending credits. As always, we got Taeyeon's ending credits getting played, and we saw all of them standing together, like on a music show. Like in a good old time with the music shows. All of them standing there, hugging each other, talking with each other. It was adorable. And then Mnet was like, let's fuck it up completely, and they just ended the show.
Where's the
in the midst of the ending credits, like of the song and of the girls, like going to the fans and like talking with them and hyping up with them, suddenly Mnet was like, cut, bam. Like, at least let the song end, Mnet. What the hell? Why suddenly? Why was it suddenly so why did they suddenly need to end the show so desperately? That was really anticlimactic. And yes, we didn't get a cookie scene. Also, a huge disappointment, Mnet. So you really fucked up with these last few seconds. But now, of course, my question is that Mnet also fuck up with the rest of the show. What is your opinion on the overall show of Mnet?
Okay.
Of Queendom, I mean.
Of Queendom's Mnet or Mnet's Queendom, nobody knows.
I mean, Queendom's Mnet, I would be interested in that program.
So like overall, I teased this once in an earlier podcast. I'm super happy with the season. I guess this is my most favorite season. And one of my most favorite shows by Mnet, because I was so hooked by like so many performances. I was so happy just every weekend to, I don't know, watch Queendom. I got everything I wanted. I got this the little variety part from Queendom 1. The scaling got up. That was something I really wish that we can get better performances with like investment, like props. You have more possibilities as a group, or soloists as Hyolyn. And I was even looking forward, like, or wishing that everyone is trying their best, and that, I don't know, I was kind of scared that there can be performances, because there are few songs from Hyolyn, as example, where I was like, oh, I don't know if she's going that style too hard. I'm really not getting into it. But to my surprise, she really I don't know, showed like not that much from her kind of that side that I'm not super into. She was more like, I guess she showed more the side of what she expected the people want her like to show. I guess she kind of was aiming for the mass, kind of. And in my opinion, she did really well, because I was super hooked by her. And everyone did so well. Everyone showed their skills so amazingly. I was so overwhelmed by so many performances, and I don't know, they gave their everything. And what we have to say is Queendom is an amazingly hard program. Might be one of the hardest programs from Mnet. So that's why there are many reasons for bigger groups to not participate in these shows, because it's such an investment you have to go through for this show. And so I'm even more happy that we got a lineup like this. And it got very well executed. I'm super looking forward to a third season of Queendom. Maybe with more upscales in some terms, because we saw in Kingdom there is more possibilities still. Maybe we are in season 3 we are going with the first stage through the whole show. This would be a scale, and not going to a more music show stage, kind of.
This is seriously the biggest scam Mnet has ever pulled.
Yeah.
That they threw away that first freaking stage.
Exactly.
What the fuck happened?
Exactly.
Why?
Yeah, that's something that's I would say that's my only criticize. And I need to say that now, because this is the feedback of the overall show. I'm a bit disappointed by the fashion with Taengoo. Like, I don't know, it couldn't really reach like the level of the creation, the part 1 fashion. corner, but I guess for season 3, Mnet is trying to make it better. Maybe there will be another podcast from us both for another show. There's potential for in the future, where we will use this for corner, whatever. But there is definitely more ways up. These are the only 2 points I would criticize, in my opinion. I could criticize the ranking, the points, once again, but guys, it was just to remind you. But
What does aber mean, guys?
but I don't know. I don't think it's worth to talk about this whole Mnet rigging stuff, as well as this evil editing stuff. I'm totally out of this because this is basic. In terms of the show, I'm only criticizing the fashion and that I threw away the first stage.
Yeah, I'm not out of it. Fuck Mnet for their terrible camera work they have put on for a lot of amazing groups. Especially often, I especially saw it often for the BBG performances, for the at sometimes terrible like mic quality that they have. Given us and have kind of like butt-shot at some points, in my opinion, even some of the amazing performances. The reason why I don't want to let this slide, why I really need to mention how pissed I am because of that shit, is because it is freaking disrespectful towards the not just the girls themselves, the artists who are pouring their freaking soul and blood into all of this, but also like all the others, the dancers that take their time to learn all of that shit, to the companies that send their artists there to promote themselves, to, let's face it, also kind of help Mnet out, because without them they wouldn't be able to do the stupid show.
Exactly.
So to then fuck up like that, and if it would have only happened 1 or 2 times, I say, okay, shit happens. I mean, they're human too. But over and over and over and over and over again, they're fucking up performances just due to their terrible camera work and audio work and stuff like this. This is just super annoying and disrespectful to all of the people involved into the show. So, this is why I want to point that out and not say that I don't mind it that much, because I mind it a lot. And not as a fan, but as someone who just sees the effort in all of this, no matter if I like a performance or not, but the effort that they poured into this, and then to see an outcome like this just because Mnet, I don't know, doesn't care for its job, or I don't know what the problem there is. It's just disgustingly disrespectful. Besides that, I can say that, yes, overall, and that may sound a bit strange after that intro of mine, but yeah, I enjoyed the show. Overall, I really liked the show. We had great performances of all of these, and I really mean all of these artists. Even though there are artists where I simply not a big fan of, which musical style is simply not something I listen to really often. But I saw them, and I saw new sides of them, and I saw for everyone sides where I was like, okay, this is really something that is kind of attracting me. How much it attracts me, this is a different story, but I was overall really satisfied with each and every artist and everything they have put into these performances. I would really wish that we get at some point in time a more transparent way of handling votings.
Okay.
I just wish that Mnet would find a way there. Not because I say I need to have the proof there right with every performance. I just think that it is also, once again, it is just a matter of being respectful. Like, completely forget the fans. Forget the fans. Forget us. But it is disrespectful once again towards the artists there, because I think, in my opinion, they have a right to know, okay, what is exactly the reason that I got the points that I got? And this is at the moment not the case. And this, it can't be that difficult to find a solution that is like true and fair to all of the peoples involved into these shows. So Mnet, come on. I mean, is it really what Mnet wants to have like this image? Because this is exactly, I mean, how shitty is this? WJSN won this, and I read so many times now people talking about how that can't be because of that and because of that. And I mean, this is not good for WJSN. This is not good for the other groups. This is not good for Mnet themselves. So, wouldn't it be better if it would be just super transparent, so no one can question at any point how justified, I'm putting that in quotes here, it is that someone wins? Because, as I said, all of them deserve to win. Absolutely cool with how that turned out. But there are a shitload of people who are not, and who use that to now drag WJSN down and to discredit their hard work. And this is just something that happens every fucking time after an Mnet show. Every damn time. And if you would just for once establish a voting system, which is not complete shit, where people understand what is actually happening, if you're transparent, you could just cancel all of that. You would still have a great show, and a show where people actually leave with the thought, that was nice, and not, that may have been rigged. Like, would that be so bad? I really don't get it. Would that be so bad? In my opinion, it wouldn't. But maybe I just don't know enough about the showbiz. But I'll be honest, if I don't know enough about the showbiz and I'm wrong there, then I don't want to be right. I'll be completely honest. Then I want to be wrong. Because, yeah, this is just, it's terrible for the other artists who see their fans dragging another group, and it's terrible for the group that has won, who feels now like shit. Maybe not, I hope not, but who may really feel bad because they read that they didn't deserve it, that someone else deserved it more. And that's stupid shit. You all know how K-pop is. And this is just something that is pissing me off insanely hard. To get back to a positive point. I talked about the performances that overall I liked them. But another real star for me are just the songs themselves. Because in the end, when the songs are getting released on Spotify, which is, by the way, something I love, that the songs that they're performing in the show are getting released later on for us to listen to, is something that I think is really cool. Yes, it is something that Mnet is doing often, and yes, Mnet is also earning money with it, but this is something I'm like, yeah, okay, then earn the money with it. Cool. Awesome. If I, through that, get to listen to all of these amazing songs as much as I want, whenever I want, awesome. This is really something I actually like about the Mnet shows. And yeah. No,
I have a point there, because I'm a bit more into this theme, and that was something I was super tilted for the Kingdom season, because I think it's about the boys, because I don't know why Queendom it worked, and for For the boy version, it doesn't. But I guess the entertainments are kind of more strict there or something. I don't know what the reason was, but you barely found the song on Spotify there, and that was super
Oh, okay.
tilting. Like literally, the whole season was like you really needed to pray to get the song on Spotify, and until now, I guess you can't really find that many. I mean, we have the kind of finale songs with the one like B2B, but I guess
Yeah, well,
overall,
and there I'm fucking lucky because Show and Proof of B2B was one of my most heard songs last year. Dude, I adore this freaking
yeah,
song.
and this is these are the only really songs that are all got released, and otherwise, all these remakes, that super cool remake, this one remake from Wonderland, 80s. Oh, I'm still in love with that.
Mm-hmm.
But and I'm not so the biggest fan of the original, but we haven't gotten this. And this is something I don't know why, but so like if this was a decision by Mnet, but I don't think so. I think if it's the decision by Mnet would go every time for that.
Yeah, guess so
If
too, yeah.
not, the entertainment is maybe doing some we want more money for that one or something like that. I don't know. So I'm super happy, just to get a point again. I'm super happy as well that we like got like 95% or something like that from this season on Spotify. This is such a gift, and thanks for yeah, that this can happen. It's super cool. It's I'm in love. Super cool.
Yeah. And yeah, to sum it up, I'm overall really happy with the show, and I got basically what I expected from the show. I got amazing performances. I got fun interactions, even though I would have liked to have more of these, to see like more actual interaction between the girls. Like for example, in the workshop they went. Like give them some time to actually interact with each other, and don't let them sit down in front of that stage. Let them all perform their songs and then send them home. But just let them like when they were grabbing something to eat, just let the camera roll. Shut up, Mnet, and let the camera roll. Let them interact with each other, and don't show. I don't know who, I think Heejin, shortly at the barbecue, staring onto it like in the flames. Cut, it's over. Why not show us what happened in between and stuff? This is what I'm here for. Something like this would be cooler for next season. But yeah, overall, I liked it. But of course, another question I would like to ask before we jump to the last segment is, if there is, and I bet there will be, a third season of Queendom, who do you want to see there?
Oh damn! Of course you come up with this. Definitely, Dreamcatcher.
For a second, I thought you would say German, like Traumfänger. Hä?
Nein, it was auf Div.
Auf? Ja.
So Dreamcatcher, definitely. Let me think a bit about it.
From S9.
I guess weekly would be super refreshing.
Wiki Mickey.
Wiki Mickey is a good one. Promise would be outstanding. I would really, really love it. Rocket Punch, definitely.
Cherry Bullet.
Cherry Bullet is a good one. That would be cool as well. Purple Kiss, I would be a huge fan of Purple Kiss. Definitely.
Purple Kiss would be cool, yeah. I mean, let's completely forget about what is realistic. I would love to see ITZY. Honestly.
Why isn't it realistic when Stray Kids was there?
Because I just feel like this will be now in 2 years. I feel like that's just too far away then. It could still be happening, but I feel like it would be, like for other groups, it would be more realistic than ITZY. but
I mean, soloist wise,
I would be happy if they are there.
soloist wise, it's hard to say because I'm more
soloist.
I'm more and more getting away from like I mean, we had Taeyeon now as MC, and for Girls Planet we had Sunmi there, and I think so the class of like Sunmi, Chungha, Taeyeon and stuff is not really a thing. So I don't know.
The thing is, what you need for soloist is someone who is equally proficient in singing and dancing. Like you need also someone who can like fill up the stage with dancing alone.
Yeah.
And to find both of these qualities plus a certain status that this person has, I think this is the problem. Because if you're putting in a solo, which is not on the like also, like I don't say basically legendary level, like we have for example with a Hyolyn, I think it would be extra difficult for that person. And if that would make sense to appear as a solo,
I mean, I still think if it comes to a big status, and I was thinking a bit like, but I think one of the like idols I still think it could be the most. Like I still think Hyolyn is pretty capable of it and could have the kinda even could think about it. But I'm not sure if this was like in how was the other show called? Good Girl, exactly. I guess she made pretty clearly that competition isn't really her thing because she don't want to or don't want to risk the lose of against certain people. Like if you know what I mean, like she.
It's
hard.
Overall for Hyolyn, I just don't see her being in the mood for that kind of like competition to do this. I mean, this overly like stressful. I mean, Queendom is disgustingly stressful.
Yeah,
for all of the participants. So I don't know if Hyolyn would be like really interested in that anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's really stressful, exactly. And in Good Girl we had the same, like with this that it was kind of stressful, not in any way like Queendom, but still it was for the artist was like so yeah, if you are many years in this industry, it's really hard to find someone who is that many years in this industry but still has this motivation to kind of overwork yourself. And Hyolyn definitely is this kind of person, but there aren't that many. There are many couch potatoes now in that regard.
I mean, if I would be working in that industry for so long, I would also be like, what queen? Nah, fuck off. Not doing Queendom.
So yeah, I don't know.
Just give me concerts and concerts and concerts. Okay, but I'm not gonna do Queendom, honestly.
So if we go, of course, for wishes and kinda like I wish as example, Chungha would be cool and stuff like this. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's really realistic. But if we go for realistic, I don't know.
Forget what's realistic.
Still think Dreamcatcher is realistic.
Yeah.
But in 2 years, there can change so much, you know. Can change.
Yeah, but not the awesomeness of Dreamcatcher and not the fact that I want to see them there. Because I want to see Dreamcatcher covering the shit out of other groups and other groups covering freaking Dreamcatcher. I want to see that happen.
Exactly.
God damn it. Mnet, you heard here some pretty good suggestions, okay? Just it's okay, just take it. We're okay with it. We're not suing. Just take it. Now, that we... oh, by the way, guys, your opinions. Of course, also in the comments below. To both. What did you think of the season? And who do you would want to see for season 3 of Queendom? Who are your favorites who you want to see competing?
A little special thing, because I'm just interested in this, because this is a super hard topic. If you know, or if you have a feeling, which female soloist would be realistic, please write it in the comments as well, because I guess this is a super hard question.
Yeah. There's a question if Mnet wants to continue with the soloist stuff, or if they're like, I mean, if we find someone suitable, okay, but if not, then just groups.
Exactly.
So I would really like to know the mindset behind that. But yeah, write it down in the comments. Now, there's only one more thing left to do, guys. The thing we are going to leave you all with is, of course, the corner of all corners, fashion with Taengoo. One last time.
Do we have pictures?
Of course we have pictures. Wait a second.
Nice.
Which outfit do you want to start with?
The one with Epilogue, where she was meeting the girls.
All right, so the casual style.
God damn, the photos are amazing.
So to right?
Okay.
I mean, I'm not half-assing Taeyeon. So, guys, to remind you, what we're talking about right now is the outfit that she wore while the other girls were recording Epilogue when she visited them there and gave them the macarons as a gift.
Exactly. So let's start with the style overall. I would say is a pretty casually, kinda. I don't know. She has a cute, kind of cutie top. That's pretty cute style in my opinion. I mean, flowers or whatever there are on it. I don't know if that's in the category. Don't need to be, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, I'd say it's unnecessary, but it's not harmful.
Exactly. A full white one had done the same shit. So, like, but that's a thing. Anyway, for fashion. And yeah, she just has
Yeah. That's the effect Taeyeon has on me too.
Always. No, but yeah, her pants are pretty decent. So like I don't know, I don't have really something. I mean, she even has super decent earrings, like nearly non-existent.
Yeah, small ones. They're not like in your face. They're just adding a certain elegance to the entire outfit. Absolutely.
Perfect.
The earrings, are really often a point we like to criticize, but here no. It just they're not big enough to be like too distracting, but they're they're too big to be distracting, but they're big enough to make you feel like, yeah, I see why she put them on. And yeah, I also would say the flowers are not necessary, but I really love this summery top.
Yeah,
she's wearing that. This is so beautiful. And the only thing I would criticize there is on her wrist these little button things.
Yeah,
kind of like balls.
Yeah,
these in German I would say Knobbels, which is not really a word. so you can also use it in English, Knobbels. Just these round things there. Normal buttons, I would have preferred, but that's so much into detail that I can say gorgeous outfit, absolutely outstanding. I will just assume that this is the outfit Taeyeon chose for herself, because that perfect sense of fashion can only come from the one and only Kim Taeyeon. Yes. Plus, her hairstyle, I really like how she tied down her hair, and especially this like two-parted bangs that she is rocking here. I really like it because it's kind of like a curtain being opened, and it is like now revealing the main event, Taeyeon's beautiful face. But these bangs are not like strictly attached to the side, but they're kind of hanging loose. So they can still like flow in the wind if needed. Gorgeous.
I even
freaking summer goddess
as well, like the combination out. Yeah, like the top that's really on the body, and then the white pants. It's pretty cool. I don't know. I really like the combination. Has something on it.
Yeah. Beautiful tape. Beautiful. All right. But guys, since it's the great finale, we have two for you. We have two outfits that we are going to discuss, and of course, this is probably the one that is instantly popping into your mind when you're thinking about Tae's outfits here, because this is what she wore most of the night. The skin-colored dress that she wore in her MC position. What do you think?
So, I say, I guess it's not super worse, but there are some certain things I really have a problem with. Cause the thing is, I don't think I really have a problem with, I don't know, do you call it a cut?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the cut of the dress. Okay. Overall, I think that's okay-ish, fine. But I guess in a combination, it's just more disgusting. Like, the problem for me is the color, but not just the color. I mean, it's leather, right? And this.
Look. Yeah, the fabric is something I also am not really sure about what it exactly
I'm 100% sure this is uncomfortable and disgusting, ugly, visually wise. I would even say she really, like, Mnet really killed it with this outfit, in my opinion, for this season. Like, this, in terms of this season, this outfit is the worst, cause I really don't know what the hell, who came up with this idea.
The problem with this dress is, for me, there are two worlds colliding for me, because overall, theoretically, this dress is gorgeous, but there are two things that kind of fight against that. And this is what you already said. The color. Not a fan of the color. Really not. And the second thing is the fabric. Because, yeah, it's like... It's a bit shiny. Like, it's reflecting the light. And, yeah, it looks like when you're wearing it, you really don't feel good. Like, at any day, like a softer fabric for this dress, and then in black or white, that would be gorgeous. Mm-hmm. Like the cut of this dress is perfect in my opinion for her like for her body type. It looks amazing, and overall I really like these kinds of dresses. But as I said, with a softer fabric and in black or white, this would have been much better. Another thing I'm not so sure about is at the top of the dress, it looks a bit like at her arms. There is like this dress is getting like pretty pointy there. I feel like if this would be like rounder, this ending, this looks a bit out of place for me. Mm-hmm. Because if she's moving her arm around, like the corner there is like getting kind of, you get this now I'm searching, wait, this crinkle. That was the word I was searching for. In this part, which if you would just cut that part basically away and make it round there, you wouldn't have such a problem. And the most problem I have with this is not even like an aesthetic one, but once again, I'm thinking only about Taeyeon here, because if I think I would be Taeyeon, I would be so annoyed if every time I move my arm, I just bump into this little corner there, and then I suddenly have this crinkle there and this kink there, and I would be so annoyed by this. But yeah, in theory, the dress is amazing, but the execution with fabric and color kind of mess this up.
But am I the only one who said, like,
yes,
these 2 points are fatal for me? Like, literally. Like, this is literally, it's kind of, it makes me mad. Like, looking at it and just realizing the fabric and the color, and it's really, really not aesthetic for me. Cause I don't know.
it's for me. No, it's not fatal. It's just I'm looking at it. I'm like, you could have done it. There was something you could have done it, but then you decided to, like the designer of this, but then you decided to go with the worst possible fabric color combination, and ruined a possibly great dress. This is something that makes me sad, but not mad. But what I have to say, the necklace she's wearing, for me personally, there are too many gems going on, but overall not bad. I can work with this. Earrings, great. They're small.
Yeah.
They're not too distracting. They can work, but god freaking damn it, the way she has her hair, straight up gorgeous. Once again, she is letting her forehead free. The bangs are pushed to the side. The curtain is once again open for us to stare into her beautiful eyes. Love her.
I mean, yes. Still highly distracted by the dress. I wasn't even ready for this. I haven't really realized.
In my opinion, it's not that bad.
I haven't really realized it while watching it live, because the color was definitely disgusting. That was the thing I was like, when I said immediately, okay, we have something to talk about. But overall, when I look at it, nope. It gets from me the WhatsApp shit emoji. But I mean, overall, I got served once by Mnet in that case. I mean, I still have wanna point out that she looks amazing, definitely. I'm just talking about the dress when this thing would be on a puppet or something like that. This is super distracting. If I just hold my hand on a screen on the half of the picture and I just see her face, damn, I'm happy. I will just cut these photos.
Yeah. That's the advantage of being freaking gorgeous. Well,
exactly. You just have to, I don't know, she just needs to get more down so you don't see the dress, and you and accidentally made a
Mnet should just like do close-ups of the face.
Yes.
I forget the dress. Just close-ups on the face and everyone's happy.
But yeah,
guys,
it just was like you just made the photos for exactly that topic. So of course we have to see this.
Guys, that was it. We are done. Like both of the podcast and in my case also mentally, we are done with this podcast episode. 4 hours. Nice.
Like,
once again, we have completely like outperformed the length of the show. But still, I hope that you guys enjoyed this, because if you guys enjoyed it, it was all worth it. That we were sitting here discussing each and every detail of Queendom Season 2.
Exactly.
Once again, I really want to ask all of you to share your opinions on the grand finale of Queendom. I want to share your opinion on what you want to see in future in future seasons of Queendom. In the next season of Queendom, who do you want to see participating there? And of course, you can also state your opinion about the overall podcast in the video description. Will be difficult, but try it in the comments maybe. Did you enjoy it? I read some comments of people saying that they really liked it, that it was for them a nice asset to, like a nice addition to watching the show, which is really nice to hear and to read. Do you see it the same way, or are you like, nah, I would have preferred if that would have been different, or that was something I didn't like, or that was something I especially liked? Whatever, write it in the comments. We're really grateful for your input, because as you know, just because you're criticizing something does not mean that you hate it. Maybe sometimes you just love something so much that you want it to improve, and that you can only do if you tell it what it can improve.
Wow, these words were just wonderful. I mean, overall,
and with
I was like, the journey of the podcast was super cool again, and
he's destroying my perfect ending.
Because I wanted to tell this earlier, but you was so in the film.
Remember it, guys. Remember what I just said. I will not be able to come up with a quote like this again.
Jesus. No, just what I wanted to say.
Go on.
Is I really loved it once again with the podcast. Was super cool. Still, I guess we both are pretty fine with having a break.
Yeah.
Critic always is good for the possibility to have another version of this of a series like this. Somewhere in far future, and maybe this is going to fit your taste as well. So like, if you don't want to miss future stuff like this here, because I think this will come back. The question is just when and how, but it's coming back.
But I wouldn't expect it seriously. Not in the near future.
Exactly. No. Maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
So, guys, once again, thank you so much for checking out this podcast, for going through this each and every week with us, for enjoying Queendom, for giving love to all of the amazing participants of season 2 of Queendom, and of course for giving your support to us, because seeing people watching this, to see that people are really watching or listening to this podcast, really helps in staying motivated to continue doing this. So guys, once again, thank you. Can't thank you enough. And before I thank you even more, I'm going to end this, because I guess you're just annoyed by that by now, as I am. So, once again, thank you for your attention. Küsschen, to get a bit more German into this. And see you next time to the next video, project, whatever it's going to be. As always, if you're interested in, you're currently on my channel, but Pen's channel is also linked in the description below. If you want to see more of us, go check us out. You will, let's say, 80% chance not be disappointed.
Exactly.
I'm not going for the 100%. So, guys, thank you, and see you next time.
Bye.